My name is Eunice Lumalas. I'm an advocate and an enthusiast of alternative methods of settling disputes. I'm currently the chair of Women.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this year's Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH InterVarsity Moot Court competition. I look forward to us all enjoying ourselves today and the days to come.
Jambo, karibuni Kenya. Welcome to the third edition of the annual Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH International InterVarsity Adr Moot Court. Karibuni.
Welcome to this year's Moot Court competition.
My name is Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH, a retired judge, after serving in the Kenya judiciary for 35 years, up to the Court of Appeal, which was at the time the highest court. Thereafter, I was nominated by the Kenya government to run for elections of the International Criminal Court, which I won because I was elected in January of 2009, and I served at the International Criminal Court for 9 years. Upon retirement, and before I got back home, I trained as an ADR practitioner, an arbitrator and a mediator, and that's what I do these days. In the last 2 years, I have been working in South Sudan, reforming the judiciary of South Sudan. I had a team. I had a colleague from Uganda and I had a team from South Sudan. And that was judicial reforms under the revitalized, that's power sharing agreement that brought the independence in South Sudan. One of the things that we recommended very strongly was within the judiciary of South Sudan is court annex mediation, which they don't have. And there are several countries that have, in Africa, several countries now have court annex mediation, and we recommended it for South Sudan. I'm the patron of Women in Alternative Dispute Resolution. In their own wisdom, they decided to give me that position, and that is why the Moot Court is named after me. Now, in Africa, we are at crossroads when it comes to dispute resolution. We tend to run to court without realizing that there are other mechanisms like negotiation, mediation, arbitration, conciliation, name it. We are excited that in this Moot Court competition we have students from other parts of Africa. And this is the whole area of trying to train young people in Africa to learn how to resolve disputes amicably. Cannot wait to see the energy, the ideas, the enthusiasm of the students that we have who will be taking part in this InterVarsity Moot Court competition.
My name is Eunice Lumalas. I'm an advocate and an enthusiast of alternative methods of settling disputes. I'm currently the chair of Women in Alternative Dispute Resolution, otherwise known as ADR. This year, Women in Alternative Dispute Resolution is collaborating with the United States International University, USIU Africa, to bring to you the third edition of the annual Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH International InterVarsity Alternative Dispute Resolution Moot Competition. We are very pleased that this year we have an interest from universities across Africa. So we have universities from Rwanda, from South Africa, from Central and West Africa joining us. And we are so pleased and looking forward to an emergence of new ideas on how to resolve conflict, something that is much needed in Africa. I'll tell you briefly why we decided to name this Moot Court after our patron, Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH. Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH is one of those people who appears once in a lifetime. You know, when you get to know her, and we are privileged as women in ADR to be mentored by her, would tell you that her legacy is not just in what is written about her, because we've had She has worked in Kenyan judiciary, she has worked internationally, and she's renowned as a jurist here and abroad. And she has been trailblazing in transforming judiciaries, not just in Kenya, but also out there. What I can say is that the lasting legacy of our patron, Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH, as far as women in ADR is concerned, is the fact that she is touching each one of us individually in the manner in which she drives all of us to break barriers, to move forward and achieve our objectives. Women in ADR's foundation is premised on the fact that there were obvious discrepancies in women's full participation in dispute resolution, and we see it in armed conflict scenarios, in mediation across Africa, and we are working day by day, building brick by brick under her leadership to ensure that women actively participate in all aspects of alternative dispute resolution. And we really are grateful that she, through this platform, she's enabling the younger generation, university students, and those who are coming after them through this platform to have the requisite skills to resolve disputes effectively. We look forward to a great and engaging session with the students around. We thank you for coming. We want to be, all of you to be part of this family so that going forward we make it bigger and more meaningful. We hope even in due course we can be having it in each capital of Africa so that we ensure that everyone is participating in this moot. And mark these words, this is going to be the moot court to watch out for in Africa as far as ADR is concerned. There will be no moot court on any table without that of Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH being mentioned. It is going to be a house.
My name is Florence Shako, and I am the Vice Chairperson of Women in Alternative Dispute Resolution. I want to talk a little bit about our moot court competition and this year's theme on bridging borders using alternative dispute resolution as a means of resolving trade and regional disputes, especially under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. It is important to encourage African countries to trade with one another. The competition not only helps to develop the students' alternative dispute resolution skills, but also supports the continent's integration goals and supports the growing alternative dispute resolution landscape. We hope that this competition will encourage the use of ADR not only in Kenya, but across the continent.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this year's Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH InterVarsity Moot Court competition. I look forward to us all enjoying ourselves today and the days to come.
Jambo, karibuni Kenya. Welcome to the third edition of the annual Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH International InterVarsity ADR Moot Court. Karibuni.
Welcome to this year's moot court competition.
My name is Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH, a retired judge, after serving in the Kenya judiciary for 35 years, up to the Court of Appeal, which was at the time the highest court. Thereafter, I was nominated by the Kenya government to run for elections of the International Criminal Court, which I won because I was elected in January of 2009, and I served at the International Criminal Court for 9 years. Upon retirement, and before I got back home, I trained as an ADR practitioner, an arbitrator and a mediator, and that's what I do these days. In the last 2 years, I have been working in South Sudan, reforming the judiciary of South Sudan. I had a team. I had a colleague from Uganda and I had a team from South Sudan. And that was judicial reforms under the revitalized, that's power sharing agreement that brought the independence in South Sudan. One of the things that we recommended very strongly,
with confidence, knowing that through dialogue, diplomacy, and determination, you can shape Africa where disputes are not obstacles but opportunities. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Auditorium. I just need
was within the judiciary of South Sudan is court annexed mediation, which they don't have. And there are several countries that have in Africa. Several countries now have court annexed mediation, and we recommended it for South Sudan. I'm the patron of Women in Alternative Dispute Resolution. In their own wisdom, they decided to give me that position, and that is why the Moot Court.
Adr Moot, feel welcome. Say hi to someone next to you. Can you say hello? As we just give our dancers a few minutes to have the floor to perform for us. DJ, is the music.
Dispute resolution. We tend to run to court without realizing that there are other mechanisms like negotiation, mediation, arbitration, conciliation, name it. We are excited that in this Moot Court competition we have students from other parts of Africa. And this is the whole area of trying to train young people in Africa to learn how to resolve disputes amicably. Cannot wait to see the energy, the ideas, the enthusiasm of the students that we have who will be taking part in this InterVarsity Moot Court competition.
My name is Eunice Lumalas. I'm an advocate and an enthusiast of alternative methods of settling disputes. I'm currently the chair of Women in Alternative Dispute Resolution, otherwise known as ADR. This year, Women in Alternative Dispute Resolution is collaborating with the United States International University, USIU Africa, to bring to you the 3rd edition of the annual Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH International InterVarsity Alternative Dispute Resolution Moot Competition. We are very pleased that this year we have an interest from universities across Africa. So we have universities from Rwanda, from South Africa, from Central and West Africa joining us, and we are so pleased and looking forward to an emergence of new ideas on how to resolve conflict, something that is much needed in Africa. I'll tell you briefly why we decided to name this Moot Court after our patron, Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH. Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH is one of those people who appears once in a lifetime. You know, when you get to know her, and we are privileged as women in ADR to be mentored by her, we would tell you that her legacy is not just in what is written about her, because we've heard she has worked in Kenyan judiciary, she has worked internationally, and she's renowned as a jurist here and abroad. And she has been trailblazing in transforming judiciaries, not just in Kenya, but also out there. What I can say is that the lasting legacy of our patron, Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH, as far as women in ADR is concerned, is the fact that she is touching each one of us individually in the manner in which she drives all of us to break barriers, to move forward and achieve.
everyone. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hey, let's remove the call, please. Rise. Rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up. We are requesting also our judges, our able judges. It will be a long, long day of judging. We need to listen up, right? We need to listen up. DJ, please. So this song we are gonna, let me show you, okay? Let me show you how we are gonna do it, right? So one hand there. Then put the other one. Then put the other one on your chest. Then the other one, the other side. Then here. And then that. Then you go one. Okay? Then we repeat the whole process. So we are going now. Okay. Judges, do not worry. We need space, right? Yeah. Yes. Here. We can remove. In fact, we can remove the chair. Yes. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We can just move slowly, swiftly, okay? Yes. We incorporate everyone, right? Yes. Are we ready? Yes. We are not. Are we ready? Yes. Everyone has gotten it? Yeah, DJ, let's go. 1, 2, 3, go.
Thank you guys, thank you. A round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Volunteers, let's
Objectives. Women in ADR's foundation is premised on the fact that there were obvious discrepancies in women's full participation in dispute resolution, and we see it in armed conflict scenarios, in mediation across Africa, and we are working day by day, building brick by brick under her leadership to ensure that women actively participate in all aspects of alternative dispute resolution. And we really are grateful that she, through this platform, she's enabling the younger generation, university students, and those who are coming after them through this platform to have the requisite skills to resolve disputes effectively. We look forward to a great and engaging session with the students around. We thank you for coming. We want to be all of you to be part of this family so that going forward we make it bigger and more meaningful. We hope even in due course we can be having it in each capital of Africa so that we ensure that everyone is participating in this moot. And mark these words, this is going to be the moot court to watch out for in Africa as far as ADR is concerned. There will be no moot court on any table without that of Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH being mentioned. It is going to be a house.
My name is Florence Shako, and I am the Vice Chairperson of Women in Alternative Dispute Resolution. I want to talk a little bit about our moot court competition and this year's theme on bridging borders using alternative dispute resolution as a means of resolving trade and regional disputes, especially under the African Continental Free Trade Area. It is important to encourage African countries to trade with one another. The competition not only helps to develop the students' alternative dispute resolution skills, but also supports the continent's integration goals and supports the growing alternative dispute resolution landscape. We hope that this competition will encourage the use of ADR not only in Kenya, but across the continent.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this year's Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH InterVarsity Moot Court competition. I look forward to us all enjoying ourselves today and the days to come.
Jambo, karibuni Kenya. Welcome to the third edition of the annual Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH International InterVarsity ADR Moot Court. Karibuni.
Welcome to this year's moot court competition.
My name is Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH, a retired judge, after serving in the Kenya judiciary for 35 years, up to the Court of Appeal, which was at the time the highest court. Thereafter, I was nominated by the Kenya government to run for elections of the International Criminal Court, which I won because I was elected in January of 2009, and I served at the International Criminal Court for 9 years. Upon retirement, and before I got back home, I trained as an ADR practitioner, an arbitrator and a mediator, and that's what I do these days.
Sit on my right side and the respondee on my left. I'll give you a few minutes to settle down. I hope we are feeling comfortable. I would just like to begin by saying good morning and a very warm welcome to today's mediation session. By extension, a very warm welcome to Ghana as well. I know our weather has been slightly cold, but I hope that your stay has been great nevertheless. Now, with that being said, my name is Rasmeet Kaur, but for purposes of this session, kindly refer to me as just Rasmeet. I will be the mediator. I have been accredited from the Accra Dispute Resolution Center in 2023. I've since then been a part of 10 disputes, of which have resulted in an 80% successful resolution. Now, I've said quite a bit about myself. I would just now like to hear from you what your preferred names are during this session, and perhaps a little fun fact about yourself. If it's okay with you, they can begin.
Good morning, Rasmeet. Thank you very much for being here today with us. We are very grateful for your time. My name is Sarah Gordon. I'm the client representative here today on behalf of Sengrosa. I've been granted full authority to make any decisions and sign any agreements that we hopefully reach here today. And I would like to hand over to my counsel.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Rasmeet. My name is Nina Hanekom. I'm the in-house legal counsel for Sengrosa present here today. I'm the in-house legal counsel for Sengrosa here today, and I've advised my client as to the benefits of mediation. So on our long-standing relationship that we have had, I would appreciate if we can give effect to that. As you are aware, we are here under the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, as both of our countries are signatories. So I wish that negotiations can also give effect to that. Our first language is not English. As you know, we are French back in Senegal. So if there's anything we can clarify for you, please don't be afraid to ask. And I would also like to confirm that we would, if we reach a settlement, I hope that we can, we would like that to be enforced under the Singapore Convention if the parties also are willing to accept that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Nina. Here I have a few placards. Just put them at the front of your desk so that we can refer to you with those names. Now, I heard you mention that your first language is not English. I will ensure that the same is accommodated, and I'm sure that they're willing to accommodate you as well. I would just now like to extend the same invitation to Moz Foods. Introduce yourself and let us know something fun about you.
Good morning. I am João Maputo, and I am the CEO and founder of Moz Foods Limited. A fun fact about myself, I am Portuguese, so as the council has mentioned, we will be willing and we are open to asking or seeking clarification in the event we do not get to understand any point you make. So with me is my counsel. I'll also please allow him to also introduce himself.
Good morning. My name is Benjamin Kitonga. For the purposes of this mediation, I would like to be referred to as Ben. A fun fact about me, I started loving Ghanaian jollof, so I'm very happy to be here.
Thank you, Joao, and thank you, Ben. Those are really interesting facts. I didn't hear any fun facts from your side.
A fun fact about me, I have a little dog at home who I love very much. Her name is Cosmo.
Thank you, Sarah. A fun fact about me is this is my first time in Ghana, so thank you so much for having us. Me and my client have really been enjoying the hospitality.
Lovely to hear, Sarah and Nina. I hope Cosmo is doing well since you are here. Now, with that being said, I note that we have business people at this table and we also have lawyers. I'm not sure how much you have interacted with the dispute resolution sphere, specifically with mediation. So just to make sure that we understand what mediation looks like, I will give a brief description. Now, mediation is a dispute resolution process that has recently taken the world by storm. It has entered into spheres of international trade law, family disputes, and even civil disputes. I, as a mediator, am here as a neutral third party to ensure that I facilitate the conversation and that both sides are heard adequately. Now, just a few characteristics of what mediation entails. It is a voluntary process, meaning both parties have consented to being here. Is that the case? Is that the case? Yes. Now, mediation is also non-binding until the point of execution of an agreement. What this means is that any obligations that you agree to at this point cannot actually fully crystallize until the point that you sign that agreement. Now, here is where mediation has an upper hand against litigation. Mediation is flexible. The parties have the autonomy of deciding the outcome of the case, which is most favorable to them. Lastly, and most importantly, mediation is confidential. Here, there are three ambits. The first being that anything you state within these four walls will remain within these four walls. And just to buttress that fact, I have brought with me a confidentiality agreement that I would like the parties to peruse and execute thereafter, just that we're all comfortable and free to discuss at this table, because that is what we want.
Ms. Rasmeet, I would just like to confirm that you are the drafter of this document.
Absolutely, yes, I did draft that myself. Please feel free to take as much time to look through it. I hope we now feel a bit more comfortable and more settled after signing the document. Now, on that note, you will note that I have a phone on my desk and I am taking notes, but please note that the phone is solely for timekeeping purposes, and any notes that I take in this notebook will be ripped up immediately after. Now, a few housekeeping rules that I carry into all my mediation sessions, and just to ensure that the process is streamlined, there are three and they're very simple. The first being a formality. The washrooms are straight down the hallway on your right. And here you will note that I have a little getaway car, and it's a metaphor as an aid for if we feel like the pressure or the tension at the table gets too much, kindly do not hesitate to just pick it off my table, and then we can facilitate your break. Now, the second rule is with regards to caucuses. Caucuses are private meetings, and the value of confidentiality extends to these caucuses. This is to help the mediator understand some of the underlying interests, goals, and objectives that you may have that you do not want to disclose during the joint session. Now, a caucus can take various forms. I can decide to caucus with both client representatives, or both advocates, or a client representative and their advocate. But kindly note that the parties themselves can institute these caucuses. Now, the third rule, which I think is the most important rule and the reason why we are all here, that we can accord each other the respect that we like. So speak to each other in a manner that is very respectful. Kindly avoid non-inflammatory language that might create another dispute. So refer to each other respectfully, essentially. Now, the last rule is with regards to phones. If phones are required, they're only solely for the purposes of calculations, just because we want each party to be heard, and so that we're not distracted during the session. Now, with that being said, I'd like to give an overview of how this session will go. Each party will have 5 minutes to provide their opening statements. Thereafter, we will move on to 5 minutes of agenda setting, where we will derive the issues for determination based on your opening statements. After that, we will have a 65-minute joint plenary session where we will get to discuss these issues at length. After that, we will have 5 minutes of concluding remarks, and in the eventful chance that we do get to an agreement, I, with the help of Ms. Nina and Mr. Ben, will draft an agreement to which both parties shall execute. But in the event that we do not get to a resolution, kindly do not fret. We can always set for another mediation session. Now, on that note, there will be an additional 5 minutes in case of any breaks. I have accommodated time for the same, and that accounts for the total allocated 1 hour 30 minutes that we did agree upon. Now, with that being said, I'd just like to start off the process by asking the requesting party to begin, since they are the requesting party, if that's okay with you. We can begin opening statements.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rasmeet. We appreciate you so very thoroughly guiding us through this process, and we are grateful for the effort that you have put in to be here today. Just before I begin my opening statement, I just have something that I would like to clarify with Moz Foods, if that is okay. During our previous discussions, you put forward that you would like the Singapore Convention to be in effect here today at our mediation. I would just like to say that Sengrosa accepts this proposal that you've put forward. Should we decide that any agreement reached here today will be binding, we are happy to discuss that. Thank you very much. So just opening remarks why we are here today. We have had a very long-standing relationship with Moz Foods. It has been over 10 years. We have been one of their biggest purchasers, and it has been a very fruitful business relationship between us. Some very unfortunate circumstances happened recently in that Moz Foods had a fire at their warehouse, which unfortunately delayed the start of the release of the AfriDelight products, which we have contracted with Moz Foods to receive from them. We offer our deepest sympathies, and please know that we hope that our discussion here today will reflect that we are sympathetic of your position, and we would like to do everything that we can today to help this business relationship move forward, and we hope that it'll also help you to recover from the fire. We today would like to put forward that we would like to discuss the delivery of goods as well as the price, as we have previously contracted for, but we would like to discuss if any amendments may be made to our previous contract. We would also like to discuss the introductory period and what dates those will now look like. Yes, and then we have a couple of additional requests related to the intellectual property of the AfriDelight products, which I hope that we will be able to address. I would now like to hand over to Nina.
Thank you very, very much, Sarah. Thank you, Ms. Rasmeet, for that wonderful opening. As my client has so wonderfully stated, we are very thankful that you have agreed to this mediation session. I think both me and my co-counsel over there can attest to the protracted litigation process and how it does not restore relationships. My client has said to me on numerous occasions how important this business relationship is between our CEO and you, Mr. Adr Moot. I think we're all here today because we know the value that mediation has for businesses like us, and we both have a lot at stake here, so I think this is the best avenue that we can take at the moment for fruitful conversations and negotiations. I would ask that we keep it honest and open conversation, but also be aware of the underlying legal interests that my client has, and I know that you are also aware of. As you know, each company has operational and financial interests, and similar to you, we also have clients. As my client has said, we have made various losses. We know you have also suffered a lot of losses, and that also shows how interconnected our business interests are. So we hope that our negotiations today can reflect those shared interests and can cater for both of our needs. I would just also like to add, Ms. Rasmeet, you mentioned that if we hopefully reach a settlement agreement today, that you would like both me and Mr. Ben Kitonga to aid you in the drafting of that agreement. I respect that proposition, but as this is it's a client-centered approach, and I'm here on behalf to help my client. I feel like she would appreciate if she could be present at the drafting of this document and give her insights as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Nina, for those insightful opening statements. I would just now like to ask Joao and Mr. Ben if they would be okay with both of them being present during the drafting of that agreement. Would you like to be? Absolutely. Thank you for that. I do have some refreshments here. Sorry, because of my age, I tend to forget quite a bit. So here's some water for you. Thank you. And here's some water for you as well. Thank you. You're very welcome.
You have mentioned a good weather here in Ghana, but I'm currently battling a cold. Are you in a position to provide warm or hot water instead?
I will make sure that that is facilitated. I will call for that in a few minutes.
Allow me to return this, and I thank you very much.
That's in order. Now we have heard from Sarah and Nina, and I'd just now like to hear from you. What brought you to this mediation table here today?
Thank you, Madam Mediator, Rasmeet. And Sarah and Nina, I thank you so much on behalf of Moz Foods, because I am the CEO and founder of it. And with the relationship we've had with the CEO, I'd like to confirm the capacity in which you serve St. Grocer in this meeting. Because I have met, and we often discuss business matters, and not just business matters, but we have a friendship. And it is my concern and request to inquire in what capacity you serve them, because I do not believe I have met you in any of those board member meetings, because we have those very often. And I also know of the COO. I know the Chief Operations Officer, so I believe you're not him. And neither are you the Chief Commercial Officer, because I've met him as well. And I'd just like to request and inquire in what capacity you serve St. Grocer Limited.
Thank you very much, Awa. I appreciate your concerns. I am serving St. Grocer today as a client rep. I have experience with mediation previously, and St. Grocer felt that I would be best served representing them today. I hear your concerns about your personal relationship with our CEO, and he sends his deepest regrets that he could not be here today. He has other business interests which he needs to take care of, but has reassured me and asked me to reassure you that this relationship is of utmost importance to him, and he felt that this team sitting here today would be best served to hopefully have a fruitful conversation with you today. My counsel would like to add something, if that is okay. Thank you, Shah.
Thank you very much for the question. It is a very understandable question. I would like to add to my client, Sarah, that we both have been at Moz Foods for a at St. Grocer for a significant amount of time, and we understand the importance of the relationship. She has stated that our CEO and COO cannot be here today due to other business interests. I would like to add that these business interests are arising out of the fact that we cannot provide to our clients at the moment. I understand that you could appreciate that also due to the losses we have incurred. So due to the relationship, our CEO was of the understanding that you, Mr. Jao Maputo, would be satisfied with my client here and me also being present. Thank you for being present here today, Mr. Jao.
I thank you for your clarification on that. It's just that with the value I hold, the relationship we've established for over a decade now, I was hoping to have conversations with people who are familiar, because that is how we do business in the old. As you can see, I'm an old man. And you can tell that I cannot tell my forehead to the back of my head because I lack hair for it. And it's because of the age and the number of years of experience we've had, not just doing business, but as a businessman. So, with respect to what you have mentioned and the capacity in which the CEO has entrusted this opportunity to you, I will take it not as a sign of disrespect or lack of understanding of how severe and the gravity of this situation. And I'll acknowledge the trust they have empowered you with and entrusted you with to represent them here. It is disheartening, but I believe they hold your capacity to hold a forward-looking conversation, one that breeds problem-solving approaches and ensures sustainability in our relationship. Now, allow me to start off with the proposals you have made. Now, we are open. You've mentioned delivery of goods that I believe, are you referring to every other good, or are you referring to the Afri-Delight product? Because you must understand we deal not just in Afri-Delight products, but we also supply you with other different products.
Thank you very much, Ao. I apologize for my lack of specificity. I would like to confirm that this is for the Afri-Delight products which we have previously contracted to have a delivery of that we would like to receive. While I have this opportunity to speak, I would also like to thank you for your understanding with regards to our CEO being absent. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Sarah. I'd also like to ask, with respect to price, are you referring to the price we negotiated for the amount you're going to purchase it from us, or the amount we agreed you're going to sell it at?
Sorry, prior to Ms. Sarah responding to that, I do believe we are delving into the substantial part of the conversation. This was opening statements, and therefore you're just supposed to provide an overview as to what brought you here. So if we can stick to that, and then we'll get the opportunity for you to delve into these specificities.
Thank you, Madam Mediator, for that clarification. I'm an old man, we believe, and a businessman, and we often delve into the specifics of how we do business in an attempt to make sure it is smooth and it is fast. Because I have a plane to catch immediately after this session, and I believe, I moved right into it because business principles, we often get ahead of ourselves as business persons. So, thank you once again, Sarah and Nina, for taking it upon yourselves to have this conversation. We have tried, but to no avail, to reach out to the CEO. He's my very good friend, and our wives often have traditions that contain us meeting every year to celebrate the partnership we've had. And I've been unable to reach him for the longest while. I receive his regards that you have relayed right now, and please allow me to request that you also reach out to him. As you reach out to him, tell him to call me, please. Okay, so with respect to why we're here, we thank you for giving us a notice of mediation. It is with respect to this that we honor it. And also in addition to that, you did not include a statement of claim in the notice of mediation. For that, I give thanks. When we look at the relationship and the partnership we have built over the years, we must agree it has been built on trust. It has been built on dependability. It has been built on our shared vision for excellence in processed foods, African-made processed foods. Now we are here because due to unfortunate circumstances of the fire incident at our Afri-Delight warehouse, I must point out it was just our Afri-Delight warehouse because we have still been supplying goods of the other nature, not just the Afri-Delight product, but we have been supplying you with other units, for which now in this meeting we are meeting you because this structured dialogue, often, as my client had informed me earlier, that such a gathering is often for moving forward, looking at collaborative ideas to help us understand in what way can we move forward, in what way can we look past the hindrances we are currently having. So with respect to a lot of the measures you have mentioned, the proposals you have given, we'd like to also highlight, we'll also be looking to ask or inquire about a sum of up to $53,000, $53,333, for which we are yet to receive for goods we did supply, leave alone aside from the Afri-Delight product. We're looking at establishing when to receive that amount, for we are way into the month and yet no communication has been received on it. Sorry, I was just waiting for you to finish noting it down.
Sorry, Mr. Jha, may you please repeat your question?
I was waiting for you to finish noting that down.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jha. I would just like to...
Sorry, before you respond to that, I was waiting for her to finish, you both to finish writing so I can proceed with the opening statement before I finish and with inviting my counsel.
Thank you
That's
very
all
much.
right.
Yes.
Sorry, before you proceed, Mr. Hwao, I'd like to remind the parties at this table that interruption is not appreciated. Kindly, if you do feel like you have something that you would like to speak on, you can just write it down. Interruption is not appreciated. Kindly, if you do feel like you have something that you would like to speak on,
to be received. So we are yet to receive the amount, and in accordance to what we had agreed before, and an agreement we had signed, for which I'll also share some of the agreements that we did sign on it. We are supposed to charge you 5% penalty fee on it. We're willing to negotiate and see how to move past that. So I'll allow my counsel to also give a few remarks on where we're at right now before we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With your permission, let me just say again, my name is Ben, and I'm really happy to be here. You know, when you were coming here, when you're coming to this mediation room, Mr. Maputo was saying that this weather does not fit him. But funnily enough, I am actually thriving in this weather. I'm not gonna lie. Thank you so much to both parties for having this session in Ghana and appreciating the fact that mediation is a better form of solving disputes compared to arbitration, litigation, of which Ms. Nina, you will understand that they're very costly and time wasteful. They can even destroy, how do I say it, destroy relationships between companies, and that's not the reason why we are here, right? Thank you so much for everything that has taken place here. My client has instructed me to address the following issues that our team from St. Grocer has mentioned. First is in regards to the delivery of goods. Allow me to go back to the facts of the case. There was a fire that took place in January 15th, 2025, and a lot of Afri-Delight units were destroyed. And as a result, my client decided to hold some of the units. To be particular, 80,000 of them. My client did that in good faith. Please note, and I believe that I will be able to share the contracts with you, with your permission, Madam Mediator. when I'm done with this, please allow me to stand up and just share. Thank you so much. There are other retailers, and we had shared communications with them as to why we had, or rather, why my clients decided to stop supplying them. Ms. Sarah, you'll understand that whenever a product is unique and distinct, like Afri Delight, you know that secrets have to be kept. And based on our contract, it was supposed to be meant to be confidential. Ms. Nina would have advised you and told you that it's not possible to disclose such information, right? Okay, thank you so much. My clients' actions were all in good faith. There was no malicious intent. Even though we do concede that there was a breach of contract that was there, and we really apologize for it. However, please note that this was an unforeseeable event. My client did not expect it. Moving forward, we are here based on the principle of cooperation. We are trying to achieve cooperation between both companies. That is Engrosa, Mozambique. I also didn't mention that I'm from Tanzania. I come from Umoja Advocates. Umoja stands for unity. So you can understand why Mr. Maputo decided to approach us. We are trying to unify our collaboration. And allow me to mention that one of the interests that we'd like to add on to what we've discussed is to rework our contract. And two, we want to continue on our partnership. With that, with the permission of my client and Madam Mediator, please allow me to share the contract with everyone. Thank you so much. Additionally, as the team continues on to look at the contract, Ms. Sarah and Ms. Nina mentioned something about the Singapore Convention. Allow me to mention that Mozambique is not a signatory of the Singapore Convention. Therefore, after a few discussions with my client and with his permission, we would like to respectfully decline that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hoao and Mr. Ben. I would just now like to ask Ms. Sarah what the significance of the Singapore Convention is to this discussion today, and whether we can look past their rejecting of the same, and whether we can come to an agreement as to that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mead. May I please have 30 seconds to confer with my counsel? Is that okay? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the time, Rasmeet, and to Moz Foods. It was our understanding that Moz Foods would like to apply the Singapore Convention. We agreed because the Singapore Convention stipulates that a mediation agreement can become binding on the two parties. We feel that this is beneficial for our situation because we would like to avoid going to litigation at all costs, and we appreciate the value of the mediation process, and for that we would very much appreciate it if our agreement, if we reach one today, will be binding.
In addition to my concerns that I had shared with my very able counsel, this is because Senegal is a signatory for that particular convention, but Mozambique, we are not. We do not wish to proceed with it because the mediator did mention that whatever we do sign on in this particular discussion and agreement will be binding. What we have to say here is what will not be used for us to give as, to be asked to talk about it later on. If my counsel would like to add anything about it.
Thank you so much. Allow me to refer us all to point number 8 of our contract. The governing law of this agreement between Sengrosa and Moss Foods is that this agreement shall be governed and construed in accordance with the laws of Mozambique, subject to the framework of the AFCFTA agreement and its relevant protocols. The Singapore Convention is not mentioned anywhere in our contract. Ms. Nina should be able to advise you properly on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ben. Thank you, Zhao. My understanding from the discussion that we have just had is that our interests are aligned in this matter, in that we would like the agreement here today to be binding. So whether or not we are subject to the Singapore Convention, I believe at this point is irrelevant because our interests are aligned. If we would like to agree at this point expressly that if we reach an agreement today, it will be binding, I'm very happy to do that exclusively of the Singapore Convention.
Thank you, Sarah. I would like an affirmation or rejection of the same, if that's okay with you.
We acknowledge what Madam Sarah is saying and we take it into account and that is in order.
That's great. I do note that your placards have fallen down, so you can kindly pick them up at this point. Nina, your placard. Seeing as we have spent a considerable amount of time on opening statements and clarifications, which is not a problem at all, we definitely need to understand each other. I have decided to rework the schedule that we had set earlier. So instead of 65 minutes of a joint plenary session, we will move it to 50 minutes, and we will accommodate breaks for 3 minutes and 5 minutes of closing statements, if that's okay. Now, I'd like to thank both parties for airing out their perspectives, and I deeply empathize with both of you. I understand that both of you have gone through losses and have had significant, have experienced significant losses, essentially. Now, in mediation, we are positive, we are forward-looking, we are collaborative, and that is why we are here today. Now, on that note, we proceed into agenda setting. I have heard you, and I have determined that there are 3 primary issues for determination in this case. If they're not stated exactly as you had stated them, kindly do not fret. I will endeavor to make sure that whatever you have stated will be covered under these issues. Now, I'd just like clarification before I put them on the board here for us all to see. The first issue, and you can note them down just so that it's clear. The first issue is with regards to performance. Under here, we will look at delivery of goods and the price of these goods. Furthermore, we will look at the payment of the AfriDelight products. The second issue for determination, under performance, kindly also include the introductory period of these products as it was stated. Now, moving on to the second issue, we look at contract reworking. And the third issue and the final issue is intellectual property. Now, I would just like the parties to let me know whether these issues are sufficient. If let me know how I can add so that we can have a fruitful discussion here today.
Thank you, Rasmeet. I would just ask that you clarify the second and third issues to be discussed.
The second issue that I mentioned was contract reworking, and the third issue was intellectual property.
Ms. Rasmeet, may I add something, please?
Absolutely.
I would very much appreciate it if you put on the board above our agenda the word relationship. I believe that our contractual relationship, we should remember that it filters down through all of our additional topics of discussion.
Thank you for stating it expressly. I'm sure Mr. Hoao here and his legal counsel agree with the same. So allow me to just write that on the board. Do you have any contentions as to the agenda?
I actually do.
Yes.
When you mentioned price of goods, the Sengrosa team had not clarified if it's the price of purchase or if it's the price of selling. I need that clarified for our negotiate.
And just a further clarification to you, when you say price of purchase and price of selling, whose perspective are we looking at it from?
We're looking from both our perspectives, because when we drafted the agreement and signed on it, it was agreed that we're going to sell it to Sengrosa at factory price, a good price, 640 Mozambican meticals. When we agreed on how much to sell it within the introductory period, we had agreed at 960 Mozambican meticals per unit. I believe that is in order, together with, after the introductory period, we had discussed selling them at a lower price of 760 in the event that competitors have already taken into account the formula of what Afridilite contains and started making substitutes for it. So I just wanted to seek clarification. Are you referring to the price from how we sell it to you at factory price? Or are you referring to price for how you sell it to your market? Or are you referring to price in how you sell it after the introductory period? Additionally, we are open to revising the introductory period, but you've mentioned setting the agenda. So to guide that, you've mentioned payment of goods. We are not referring to payment of goods of the Afridilite products, because we cannot demand or request payment for goods not supplied. Business principles. So what we're requesting for is payment for goods of the other Mosford's goods, for which we caught wind that you are being referred to as a Mosford's house because of the number of processed foods you have from our manufacturing company. Now, we wanted to follow up with just not for payment of goods for Afridilite. No, we're looking at payment of goods for the other products we have supplied since August of 2024 to August 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Howell, for that clarification. It's definitely helped. I did think it was Afridilite, but thank you for clearing it up. Now, if there are no further comments, oh, sorry, you were supposed to clarify something.
Yes, the selling price of the Afridilite products. I would like to discuss today the price that we will purchase the Afridilite products from you. Thank you very much. So with regards to the 640 Mozambican meticals. Thank you.
Allow me to just write down these issues on the board. Just 2 minutes. I would just now like the parties to take a quick look at the board and let me know if all your interests are adequately represented.
Ms. Rosemead, if I may suggest, I apologize, I probably should have done this earlier. But I would like to propose that we discuss the introductory period first, as I believe that is a topic that will be settled quite quickly.
I would just now like to ask Mr. Hawao if he is okay with that.
I indeed am. Okay. Yes.
Great. So would you like me to then put it up first, or if that is that?
It's okay as long as we are in consensus. Thank you.
Okay. Great. So I'm glad we have agreed on an agenda. I would just now like to start off discussions as to this introductory period. Seeing as they are the requesting party, they can give us a background as to the same. Is that okay? Great.
Ms. Rasmeet, thank you very much for allowing us to begin. But at this point, I would like to request a private caucus with you, if that is okay.
That is quite in order. I did state in the beginning that I will be available to caucus with both parties. So at this juncture, I'm glad that you used your autonomy as the party to institute the same. Now, I would like to accept that invitation, and our caucus will run for 10 minutes long. I will endeavor to make sure to caucus with you as well. So if it's okay with you, I would like to request that you leave the room. I will call you back. But just before that, just to emphasize, confidentiality does extend over these caucuses, so I would require express consent to disclose what has been stated to me by Ms. Nina and Ms. Sarah to you, Mr. Hwao.
So, Madam Rasmeet,
yes,
are you willing to guide us to where we will stay?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Sarah, for caucusing with me. I often think that caucuses are a way for us to discover the underlying interests here, and I do believe we want the conversation to be driven forward. So with that being said, I'd just like to understand the reason as to why this caucus was called.
Thank you very much, Rasmeet. If you may allow me 30 seconds just to gather my thoughts, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Ms. Rasmeet, if we may have 30 seconds, we have concerns about the confidentiality of this caucus. May we please speak to you privately?
We are in a private caucus, but yes, I understand what you mean. You want me to emphasize the confidentiality. In respect to that, I believe that I have stated that caucuses are private, but I also would require at the end that express consent be given by yourself to me to disclose the same to them. I will also grant you the opportunity to express yourself as the individual and not as the mediator to the other party, and therefore you have your own will to tell them what you would like them to know. Okay. I see your concerns. You state that they might be in the vicinity where they can hear the caucus, and that perhaps threatens the confidentiality. I'll make sure that I let them know that this is private.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sarah and Ms. Nina, for bringing that to my attention. Indeed, we do not want the value of confidentiality that is very highly upheld in mediation to be reduced at any point in time. So, Ms. Sarah, just again, the reason as to why this caucus was called, and we can progress further from there.
Thank you very much, Rasmeet. I appreciate you taking our concerns to heart and for acting on them. Thank you very much. We have asked for this caucus, and I will hand over to my counsel to explain a little bit further, but we are concerned that the other party has arrived at this mediation today in bad faith. We have a couple of reasons for our belief in this, and as we have noted on the board, our relationship is overarching and all important. So we would like to just clarify a couple of things with them, and just to ensure that we are both on the same page and wanting this relationship to go forward. Thank you. Nina?
Thank you very much, Sarah, and thank you, Rasmeet, for this private caucus. I have received the contract, or a contract, from the other party, and I know this mediation, we move beyond legal positions, but I feel that they place a lot of value on this contract. I am concerned that this is not the contract that Sengrosa has agreed to with Mars Foods, so I'm concerned about the integrity and the bad faith of this
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this year's Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH InterVarsity Moot Court competition. I look forward to us all enjoying ourselves today and the days to come.
Jambo, karibuni Kenya. Welcome to the third edition of the annual Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH International InterVarsity Adr Moot Court. Karibuni.
Welcome to this year's Moot Court competition.
My name is Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH, a retired judge, after serving in the Kenya judiciary for 30
at Mars Foods to limit our legal rights and claims that we are available to. I would also like to draw your attention to Clause 6, which discusses payment. It is correct that the parties have agreed to the Pan-African payment and settlement system, but it has also been added that payments shall not be withheld or delayed by the retailer due to disputes, delays, or claims under this agreement. I would like to add that we did also not sign to this. It is common knowledge that withholding payment due to a delay in delivery is a valid contractual remedy, and we are of the opinion that this contract that has been brought in here severely limits our rights unjustifiably as Sengrosa, and also goes against the very provisions of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement that governs this provision. I'm very concerned about this, as we were under the impression that this mediation would be conducted in good faith, and we feel like these arbitrary clauses have been used as a measure to limit our discussions and to threaten us, and has quite caught us off guard, as the original contract that we have signed to does not include these two provisions. I would appreciate it if you could discuss, if my client so wishes, discuss this with Mr. Adr Moot and his legal counsel, as I am sure that his legal counsel would be aware that this is not acceptable under contract law in any jurisdiction that it might be. So I think that's all that I would like to add. And yes, if my client would like to add anything else. Thank you.
I would. Thank you very much. As you know, we do concede that we have been withholding payments, and we are open to discussion on this. We feel as well that them now claiming payment is also in bad faith, as the fire happened in their factory. It was their, I don't want to say fault because I don't want to assign the blame, but their sprinkler systems were not working when they should have been. And we have also suffered huge losses, and we feel that them now claiming payment, especially with 5% interest, is very malicious and does not offer any sympathy for the position that they have unfortunately placed us in. I would just like to add on what Nina has said. While we are aware that there are numerous contractual issues, we still do not wish to proceed to litigation. We have brought these issues up because we believe that they relate to the bad faith in which the other team has approached this mediation. So we do not want to focus on the legal clauses per se. We are willing to let them slide. We would like to focus on the bad faith that has been portrayed by the other party.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Nina, for expressing these concerns. They have, they're really valid, and I now just want to ask, what would you like them to do to ensure that you feel that there's more good faith present at this table today rather than what you perceive to be bad faith?
Rasmeet, if I may have 30 seconds to confer with my counsel, please. Thank you. Rasmeet, thank you very much. We feel much better after discussing this with you. Thank you. We would like to have an open conversation with them about our concerns, as we believe it'll be more beneficial for our relationship for it to come from us than from you, although we realize you are an impartial and very useful member in this space. Thank you. So if that is okay, we are happy for our caucus to conclude and for you to call them in and our discussions will commence. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So at this point, I'd just like to clarify that you will be expressing your concerns to them directly. Okay. You are actually exactly on time, so I will call them back in for the caucus. Be expressing your concerns to them directly. Okay. You are actually exactly on time, so I will call them back in for the caucus. Thank you, Mr. Hoao and Mr. Ben, for joining us at this table again. I'd just like to state again that this process is party-driven, and in light of that, Ms. Sarah here has decided to share what she had stated in the caucus to you personally. But prior to that, I would just like to ask, I did state that I will, if I caucus with them, I will caucus with you. I'd just like to ask you, would you like to caucus or would you like to hear them out first?
Madam Mediator, I am an old man, as I'd mentioned, and this is the first of the time that I'm actually attending a mediation process. Until last week, courtesy of my very able counsel, I did not know what a mediation is supposed to do. Like often we just met with Mr. Diop. We just meet in a very common place. We each buy a good gallon of good whiskey, aged well, buy good food, invite our wives, have a communal gathering. I did not have or happen to interact with this. Is something of the new age, and I'm welcome to it, because life is about progress, it's about change, and how we respond to it is what matters. So I'm here with an open mind. I do not fully understand what the caucus aims to achieve, because as a business person, we often deal with facts, we often deal with what do you need, what do I need, how do we get to reach an agreement that is both beneficial to both parties, both ensures the sustainability of our businesses. So I'd love to hear what they have to say first before I make a judgment and see, do I really need a caucus? A caucus, right? Yes. and then we can move forward from that. Is that all right?
That is perfectly in order. I
Thank
have no business acumen, but I do understand that you would like to hear them out first. So, Ms. Sarah, this is your opportunity to share what you had shared in the caucus.
Thank you very much, Rasmeet. I appreciate your guidance. Thank you. Zhao and Ben, we are in a slightly sticky situation because we are concerned that you have approached our mediation today in bad faith. We believe that this is going against our best business interests. I believe we approach this mediation as a collaboration, and we would like to move forward with our relationship in a positive manner. I do not make that statement lightly. It has been after great consultation with my counsel. I would like to bring your attention to two instances which have pointed towards bad faith. Firstly, in the contract, clauses 4 and 6 are additional contracts that are not, additional sections which are not party to our original agreement. They have been added after the fact. We are willing to waive this discretion because we do not want this to turn into a litigious fight. For that reason, we would just like to find out why you have added these sections in our contract when they were not initially agreed upon. The second instance, which has left us feeling a little bit uneasy, is your demand for payment, and especially the additional 5%. We feel that you have not been very sympathetic to our losses that we have suffered after the fire that unfortunately occurred at your facility. We feel that we have been very understanding. We have not made a claim for specific performance or damages as of yet, and we approached this mediation today with some options that we really felt would benefit the both of us and would help us to limit our losses. And we were also willing to overlook the 19,200,000 Mozambican meticals, which we have already spent on advertising, because we feel that the fire was not your fault and we did not want to hold you accountable for something that had no malicious intent behind it. After the fire and the delayment of delivery, unfortunately, we have lost confidence in Moz Foods. These additional 4 clauses have further lessened our confidence in Moz Foods, and we would just like to ask what you are willing to do at this point to restore our trust in you as a company and to maintain a positive business relationship. Ms. Nina, do you have anything to add? Thank you very much.
Ms. Sarah, I'm feeling very disrespected by your comment because the reason why I mentioned and asked to have a clarification for your capacity, the capacity you serve St. Grocer Limited, was as a result that, not as a result, but to get an understanding in what capacity you play, what part do you play? When you look at the signees of this particular document for which you are saying it is not here in good faith, you will recognize it is both CEOs of these 2 establishments that are signees. I'd like to confirm that both of you were not present during the signing of this. To assume and state we are here in bad faith because you do not have the full communication or clarification from your leadership is uncalled for. Additionally, I'm open if my counsel would like to touch on whether it is agreeable to have you and your team move forward with this particular document and see Mr. Diop himself. Ask him for clarification about it. It is disrespectful for you to assume that this is in bad faith without full communication. And I will not take that lightly. We are here because I have not met either of you in the past decade that I've worked with Mr. Diop and Sengrosa Limited. This is the first of the time that I'm meeting with you. Hence the question, in what capacity you serve Sengrosa Limited?
Sorry, just allow me to interject at this point. I do feel like the tensions are rising in the room. At this point, I'd like for us to take a quick breather, drink some water, make sure that we understand why we are here. We are here to collaborate, and that should always be at the back of our minds, right? And so before we resume, I would like us to think about what we can do, because we did state that we have a relationship at the top of our head here, right? So we want us to come up with solutions as to how to, first of all, repair this relationship. We have stated issues, and the only way that these issues can be settled is if we first establish the credibility of our relationship. So a quick 3-minute break, just think of solutions as to how we can repair this, and then we will resume.
Years up to the Court of Appeal. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this year's Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH InterVarsity Moot Court competition. I look forward to us all enjoying ourselves today and the days to come.
Jambo, karibuni Kenya. Welcome to the third edition of the annual Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH International InterVarsity Adr Moot Court. Karibuni.
Welcome to this year's Moot Court competition.
My name is Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH, a retired judge, after serving in the Kenya Judiciary.
Thank you, and welcome back. You are actually exactly on time. Mr. Huao and Mr. Ben, I hope you have discussed. Now, I would like to grant them the opportunity to begin providing solutions as to what they think, and I will definitely give you the opportunity as well, if that's okay with you.
If I may, just out of respect for Mr. Maputo, I would like to clarify on his previous questions as to our capacity.
Perhaps let's move on to the solutions, and then we can come back to the capacity, because I think that would drive the conversation a bit forward, if that's okay.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Mr. Huao?
In my capacity as a business owner, as a businessman, I'll allow your statement because I believe you have the best interests of Sengrosa at heart, and that you are here with the assumption that you value the relationship we have built thus far. I'll allow, before we begin to move into what interests can we solve right now, please allow me to involve my counsel for him to actually elaborate on why did he hand out the contracts in the past, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. With your permission. The reason why I brought this contract was because of the fact that we noted that the ones, or rather Mr. Amadou Diop was not going to be present And in accordance to the AFCFTA, we believe in the principle of cooperation, of trust. My client believes in honesty, integrity. This is the main reason why I actually brought it here. Because I was actually present during the signing of this document. Yes.
So now just to ask, you did take a break for 3 minutes. Are there any solutions that you came up with that you think would repair this relationship? And perhaps we can then work on them if you are amenable to the same.
Very much so, because we do not just come with empty hands in an attempt to solve a dispute or a disagreement. Moving forward from the call for bad faith, I would like to address that you have mentioned a particular note, the 5% penalty. I mentioned it, not stated that you have to pay it. I was stating the fact of how we had agreed that this process should take place. Should a payment not be made by a certain date, what comes next? So we have the PAPS system. I'll allow my counsel to elaborate on what that is, because that is how we've been doing business thus far. The Chief Financial Officer is not here, so this may not have been necessary if the Chief Financial Officer or the Chief Commercial Officer was here, or even the Chief Operations Officer. And because they're not here, allow us to clarify so that we move forward together and collaboratively.
With your permission, thank you so much. I believe that we are here to come up with an acceptable proposal. We are here to continue on a partnership. This should not lead to arbitration or litigation. Madam Mediator, I believe that should be the aim here. My client has instructed me to talk about the Pan-African Payment System, that is the PAPS. So this is a cross-border financial market infrastructure that companies use to facilitate cross-border trade from one country to another. In this case, from Mozambique to Senegal, from Senegal to Mozambique. If you may allow me to use the whiteboard to elaborate on how it is done, with your permission.
Right, in order. That is why the whiteboard is here for you to use it, Mr. Counsel.
Thank you so much. I believe that both parties had written this.
Yeah. Sorry, there does seem to be a problem. We can just flip it if it's okay.
No problem.
Is that okay? Thank you. Okay. Just pull it this way.
I actually had one. Thank you so much. So basically, the PAPS system works in the following manner. Allow me to just name it. So, a sender will send money to a sending institution. Allow me not to write everything in full. Through the sending institution, they will use the PAPS system.
Sorry, Mr. Ben, before you continue, I'd just like to confirm that they can see what is on the board.
Do you need me to make any changes?
Just a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, through the PAPS system, the money will be able to be sent to the receiving institution. Through the receiving institution, it will go to the receiver. Now, in this case, the sender will be Sangrosa. The receiver will be Most Foods. There is also another system that my client has been using, that is the SWIFT system, in which I will allow my client to elaborate on that. I hope everything is in order.
Is in order. Perhaps just a clarification. I did ask what are the solutions, so perhaps we can get straight into that if that's okay.
My client had instructed me to explain this before we move on to the solutions that will
I
come.
understand. Thank you, Mr. Ben. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Do you need me to flip it?
Yes,
As my
please.
client
Miss-
speaks?
Yes, please.
My apologies, Ms. Rosmeet. I would just like to clarify where this fits in on the agenda that we have set. As they have asked which products we would like to deliver or have delivered, I would just like to ask where the PAPS payment system...
Ms. Nina, thank you so much for that question. My client will be addressing that in a few minutes. Thank you so much.
Now I see the importance of counsel. You can have them stand and move around on your behalf as they do magnificent things to help us all understand. I've had him elaborate and dictate what the PAP system payment method entails. This is because you have mentioned a 5% penalty fee. I want to address the background of it and how it leads to the 5% penalty, for which we are not asking to have paid. We're actually willing to waive it. Yes. On every 8th of August, we are in process of expecting an amount of money for up to $53,333, or a number depending on how much goods we supplied you. Now, by the 8th of August, we had not received any amount of money. There was a letter that was written to me, into my business, that my chief financial officer enlightened me about, telling me this payment was not made, not because St. Grocer were not willing or acting in bad faith, but because the PAP system was not working. So it is system failure, not your fault. Like the fire was not our fault. The system failure was not your fault. We understand that. We acknowledge that. So despite the fact that we have in agreement a request of payment of up to a penalty fee of up to 5%, that would be like $2,667 in addition to the 53,000, around 53,000 US dollars to pay on top of it. Now we are here because we are proposing not to charge you for that penalty fee. What we sought to ask or to clarify is, when do we expect the $53,333? By when? That is what I sought to ask. So this process that has been elaborated here is for your understanding that the payment of the 5% penalty fee, we're not expecting it. We're waiving it. Business principles again. If this was a phone call with Mr. Diop, it will not even be a question. It will be automatic. Like something we just look at what we're having, discuss what we're going through, and reach a conclusion about it. So that was with respect to your 5% penalty fee that you have mentioned. We're not demanding it. I'm not demanding it. It's my business, but I'm not demanding it. I just wanted to seek to clarify that, because they had mentioned that aside from the bad faith that they had mentioned. So I'd like to reiterate something my counsel said. We're here not in bad faith. I see you young individuals, and I believe you're passionate about the principles for which the foundation of St. Grocer Limited. I've had business with this institution for longer, and it is the integral value that we have sustained over the years that has enabled us to reach where we are right now. I'd request or even advise, using my age and years of experience in this field, not to make assumptions or be quick to conclusions. It's business. We need each other today, we need each other tomorrow. Because you'll need a certain number of units. Because you've mentioned, you're looking at when do we expect to deliver goods. Right now you had mentioned we need to discuss the introductory period. So I hope that is all clarified. Can we move to the introductory period?
I do believe that they also had solutions to offer. But before that, I would like to state at this point that I'm very glad that we're making positive progress. It's clear that there were underlying interests present, and I'd like to hear from Ms. Sarah and Ms. Nina. You guys did go on a break. I just want to see what was the fruitful outcome of that break. Yes.
Thank you very much, Rasmeet, and thank you very much, Zhao. I will say that your clarification that you did not request the extra 5%, but rather are prepared to waive it, has restored a level of trust in us that you are here in good faith, which is what we requested from you. I also feel that it is a recurring issue for you, and I would like to put your mind at ease. I would like to request, please do not doubt my business acumen because of my title that I hold. I would like to hope that we can portray to you that both myself and Nina are both very heavily involved in Sengrosa. We are present at a lot of decision-making phases, and we've recognized the benefits of this business relationship, and we hope to put that forward as we move on with this process. Thank you very much. I believe Nina has something to add.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you, Mr. Zhao and Mr. Ben. We appreciate your concerns, and we understand and we value your experience that you have with Sengrosa and within Mars Foods as well. I know we want to move forward. I would just like to clarify, as my colleague has said here, that I am aware of the discrepancies in the contractual provisions because, as I said, I'm in-house legal counsel for Sengrosa. I personally oversee each and every contract that goes into our doors and that I hand to our CEO. I hope that clarifies this misunderstanding. Thank you.
Just at this, sorry, Ms. Sarah, you want to say something?
Yes, Rasmeet, I would like to respond to the question that Zhao put forward, if that may be of order.
That is in order, but I would like to note that we have 10 minutes remaining until the time that we had agreed upon for this session. And on that note, you can proceed, yes. But don't feel pressured.
Thank you very much, Rasmeet. Zhao, I would like to thank you for your understanding that our delayment in payment is not our fault, but rather a technical issue. And I would like to reassure you that that payment will be reflected as soon as the technical issue has been resolved.
Come again?
Sorry, Zhao. I would just like to reassure you that, and thank you for your understanding that the delayed payment is due to a technical issue. And I would like to reassure you that the payment will be made as soon as the technical issue has been resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sarah. When you refer to made as soon as the payment system is reconciled, I'd like to put forward a proposal instead. The PAP system is not working, and according to your letter, it will not be working until 2 weeks after. We are not in a position to accommodate 2 weeks. We've often had such instances, and what we do is we do the SWIFT transfers. If you're open to it, they often take just 24 hours. Are you open to looking into that? Can you counsel advice on whether that's possible or not?
Yes, Zhao, if I may take 30 seconds to confer with my counsel. Thank you. Zhao, thank you very much. If I may hand over to my counsel, Nina. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for the very innovative proposal. We are familiar with the SWIFT payment system. We have noted that the delay in payment was due to a technical failure with the PAP system. I would just like to draw your attention to I think it's Schedule 8, Section or Article 28 of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, that we may withhold payment due to we may impose appropriate restrictive measures if we are in financial difficulty. It is common knowledge that St. Grocer is experiencing severe financial difficulty, 19.2 million Mozambican metical, due to not receiving delivery of the AfriDelight system, so we are invoking Article 27. Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Sarah. You can state what you want and then I'll conclude.
No, Rasmeet, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, unfortunately, we have come to the close of our mediation session just when things were getting interesting. So I'd just like to put a pin in what we have discussed so far. And of course, we can always come back to mediation as an avenue for dispute resolution. Now, with that being said, I'd like to thank the parties for being here today. We came with expectations that we would discuss business proposals at a substantial level. But what we discovered here is that the relationship needed repairing. And I'm very glad that it was brought to our attention that the relationship was at the core of this dispute. So I'm glad that we were able to come to a conclusion. And on that note, I'd like to summarize what the conclusion was. That there was, first, initially we began with a contention as to a 5% payment on any undelivered products. And we came to an agreement that here Mr. Huao gracefully gave St. Grocers the opportunity to waive this 5%. Is that the case? Great. So what I'd like to do during my mediation sessions is give the parties an opportunity to express themselves and let me know how they feel about the session and also what they think about mediation generally as an avenue for dispute resolution. So if it's okay with Ms. Sarah, Mr. Huao, you can begin.
I didn't know how much time can pass with the very little discussed. When you're drinking whiskey, you don't get to look at time, you just know you have the whole day. With respect to the 5%, we did waive it. We do stand by that. And I was hoping the representatives would take that as an incentive, as a good faith or a proposal, a workable solution to prompt you to renegotiate or to look or revise your 2 weeks for the payment. I'd like to mention that I thought I'd be able to have the opportunity to excuse the councils with your permission to have this caucus thing with you and the representative from St. Grocer Limited. But you insisting on constraints on time, I will respect that because business principles also force us to respect time constraints. I don't know if my counsel has anything to add on to the closing statements.
I believe that we've made some significant steps into this mediation session. Otherwise, there would be no point of even coming here. In my advisory role, as earlier stated, I would just like to thank the parties for agreeing to mediate, even though we haven't agreed on majority of the parts. And yeah, basically to thank Ms. Sarah and Ms. Nina. Although my client at some point wasn't comfortable, it felt like my client was being taken to a law school when Ms. Nina mentioned Article 28, words like invoke. My client at his old age and learning such new words at this time wasn't very comfortable. But we really appreciate it. We hope to meet at a later date. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Huao and Mr. Ben. I would just like to assure you, Mr. Huao, that your concerns are very valid. I note that as a businessman, you would like the issues discussed, but I would just like to assure you that that is why mediation is there, that we can discuss these issues as much as we want and for as long as we want, but as long as the underlying relationship that the relationship that underlies this business relationship does not solidify, there's nothing that we can actually agree on, and we'll keep referring each other to litigation. And I hope that you do realize that mediation is, and I hope you realize that you have reaped the benefits of mediation significantly. In fact, I prefer a session like this where we can repair relationships because it shows the true essence of dispute resolution. Now, I have granted you the opportunity to give me feedback, and I'm very grateful for it, and I'm glad that you are truthful and honest. I would now like to grant the same opportunity to Ms. Sarah and Ms. Nina.
Thank you very much, Rasmeet, and thank you very much, Zhao and Ben, for your comments. We have taken them to heart and will hopefully bring them forward into our next session, should we choose to have one. I am, contrary to Mr. Zhao, I'm feeling positive after this mediation. I would like to thank you for the ways in which you demonstrated that you are here in good faith and you put our concerns at ease. So for that, I would like to thank you very much. I am also positive as you noted, unfortunately, we didn't get to discuss much of what was on the agenda today, but I feel that we took the first step forward, and for that, I am very happy. But I believe in our next session, we have an offer which will reiterate our commitment to this relationship, and I hope that you will look forward to our next session as we do, because we would like to see this relationship move forward. Thank you very much, Zhao, Ben, and Rasmeet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, and thank you, Mr. Ben. Thank you also to the mediator for facilitating this session. I think this mediation was very necessary after the series of events that have led up to this. We acknowledge the stakes that you have, and I hope you acknowledge the stakes that we have. I also, like my client, am feeling positive after this session. I think the discussion and the honest and open discussion that we have had would prove fruitful in our next sessions. As you know, as legal counsel, my duty here is to aid my client in this mediation process, even though this is her process, and similarly to your client. And I also believe that I'm here to protect those interests, especially under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, under which we all have agreed to conduct this mediation. So I am saddened to hear that I may have come across as a bit legalese, maybe. And yes, I hope that we can take this into account for our next session to approach it in good faith, honest, and yes, friendly conversations. Thank you.
Ms. Rasmeet, if I may add one more thing, thank you. Zhao, I recognize that you very much enjoy doing business with Mr. Diop over a glass of whiskey around a fire and signing your contracts there. I would just like to reiterate that this is the reason that we asked you to meet us at mediation today rather than litigation. We felt that mediation was the closest to a glass of whiskey that we could get at this time. So thank you very much for being here today. We very much appreciate it. I've also noted your request for Mr. Diop to call you, and I will pass that on as soon as I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sarah and Ms. Nina. One thing that I have noted at this mediation table is the relationship, and the atmosphere is definitely better. There are a lot more smiles, which I always appreciate. Now, with that being said, I do get the general consensus that there will be a next mediation session. Can I get confirmation? Great. That shows that we also understand that mediation is important. Now, with that being said, my schedule looks like the next week at the same time works for me. How is that for you?
Could you clarify on the date, the particular specific date?
Right, Thursday on the 18th of August.
Allow me to confer with my counsel. My counsel confirmed that my calendar is open to that, but only at 3 p.m. If that works for...
Thank you very much, Rasmeet, for that suggestion. May I ask if you possibly have a sooner date? We would like to rebuild our relationship as soon as possible, and we believe that a further discussion as soon as possible to carry on from this one would be beneficial.
For me, Monday works. That is the 15th of August at 3 p.m. Mr. Hoao and Mr. Ben, is that okay with you? I have squeezed a few things here and there, so I think I'll be able to clear my calendar to accommodate you.
If we move to Monday, my calendar only allows for 10 a.m.
Okay. Does that work for you?
Rasmeet, that works for us. We are happy to make concessions as we would like this mediation to take place. Does it work for you?
Monday at 10 a.m. works for me. Now, I hope that we will leave this mediation, hopefully, and coming with solutions to help repair this relationship in as much as we have made progress, and to move forward as business partners. That is essentially the role here of mediation. Now, with that being said, I'd like to invite both parties to some high tea and some Ghanaian delicacies that have been prepared for you. I'd like to interact with you further over the spirit of good food and warm conversations. And with that being said, in Ghana, we say medase, which means thank you for being here today, and thank you for collaborating.
Another round of applause. You can see Africa, where we are going to, where we are, and where we are heading to. These are our students, so you can imagine how the other mediators are. And they are stepping right into the feet of the senior mediators, and we are holding their hands well. Are you happy about what they've done? Another round of applause. Thank you very much. The judges will guide if you can take a break. And thank you. The mediator has asked them that they are going to have some tea. Shortly, we're also going to take a brief break and have some tea. But before that, we have Judge Ann Claire Williams, who is tuning in from the States. So is our media team ready? Judge Ann Claire Williams is one of our biggest supporters. She's a retired judge, and she's actually one of our trainers here in Kenya and Africa. She's training, she has facilitated quite a number of mediators to train internationally as trainer of trainers, and some of the judges that we're having with us here today have been trained by Judge Ann Williams. Media team, are we ready? Oh, there, Karibu. She has an African name.
Habari za jioni, brothers and sisters from Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, South Africa, 15 universities, USIU, women in ADR, volunteers and sponsors, good evening and congratulations to all of you participating in this wonderful program. I don't know, Victor, if we're ready with the Mentimeter. Is that working? Well, I'll hear from Victor to see if that's ready. But I really had 4 questions that I wanted to ask. And one was, why did each of you decide to participate in this competition? Why did you decide to participate in the competition? I was hoping to see some of your answers on the screen, but I bet I can guess what some of them are. Because you want to bring peace, because you want to see disputes in your communities resolved peacefully and without lots of money spent and all the emotion that goes into disputes, and wanting to make a difference, The second question I had was, when I was asked to do this and why I wanted to do it, was because I thought it was so important for each of you as the generation coming up to be able to do peace building in your countries. The second question I had was, why was this competition named after Justice Joyce ALUOCH? Well, that was a very easy question for me to answer. You see, I met the justice when I first came to Kenya in 2006. I met her in the office of the Chief Justice. She was a force. I knew she was a force just after the first few minutes of chatting with her. And as I got to know her, I knew what she did on the High Court. I saw her promoted to the Court of Appeals, and then she went to the International Court. She was a leader there. She was a presiding judge. And if that wasn't enough, her appointment in South Sudan, working on judicial reform, working on the rules, she is the ultimate peacemaker. And so it's only fitting that this competition be named after her, because she's such a peacemaker. She believed, like Nelson Mandela, winners are dreamers who never give up. Winners are dreamers who never give up. And it always seems impossible until it's possible. She's lived her whole life dreaming of the future, knowing that she could help build peace, and she took action. She didn't let impossible dreams stop her. You may have a question for me. Why is it that an American judge, former judge, would get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, yes, it's 3 o'clock here in Chicago, to chat with you? Why do I keep coming to Africa, working in 9 different countries since 2001? Why did I give up my lifetime appointment on the federal bench to do full-time pro bono work in Africa, in the 9 countries that I've been working in? And I have an answer for you. Number one, I know that I am you. You see, my people were enslaved. I don't know where my people came from. If I could see this audience and I asked each of you, do you know what village you're from? Your hands would go up. Do you know who your elders are? Do you know your history? Do you know the story of your family? I can't raise my hand because my people were enslaved. But it gives me great joy to come to the continent where I know my people are from. And you see, I am you and you are me. You are my people. That is the first reason. The second reason is because of my mother. My mother, in her later years, could afford, and we could afford for her to travel. But the one place she didn't get to was Africa. And she always regretted it. But I started coming to Africa. And every time I came, thank goodness, we had cell phones that could show where we were. And I showed my mother each place I went. And so the second reason I come is because I'm living my mother's dream. I'm living her dream. The third reason I come is because of blessings. I was a little black girl in Detroit. I didn't know a lawyer or a judge. And I ended up with 2 appointments on the federal bench, first as a district judge, a high court judge, and then a court of appeals judge. And I had lifetime appointments on the bench. I didn't do that alone. There were so many shoulders I stood on, so many hands that reached out to me to help me, that saw that I had potential. Just like you, your instructors that saw that you had potential, your families that knew the potential you had and are so happy that you're in college. Those blessings are why I come, because there were so many hands that helped me, and I believe to whom much is given, much is required. And so I feel I have an obligation to give back, and what better place for me to give back than my home, my homeland. And the fourth reason I come is because of light, the light in your eyes. Every time I come to Africa, no matter what country, whether I'm training judges or lawyers or mediators or police officers or NGOs or public interest lawyers, there is light in your eyes, a light burning for justice, a light burning for fairness and equality, a light burning to give voices to the voiceless and to bring hope and justice to the continent. And so those are the reasons I keep coming, those 4 reasons. What helps sustain me are lessons that my parents taught me. They taught me 5 things, and I'd like you to write them down. Write them down, get out your pens, the lessons are not over. The first one is to dream big. Dream big. And I know all of you are dreamers like Nelson Mandela because you made it to this competition. You had a dream that you could be there in those chairs in that auditorium and that you could compete. And you did it. Keep those big dreams going. Second lesson, work hard. Work hard. Just like you work to get to this competition, just like you practice. Just like you practice with your mates and your faculty, you have to work hard if you want to get anywhere in this world. And that's the second lesson my parents instilled in me. The third is to stand up. So it's dream big, work hard, stand up. Stand up for yourself and for others. Now, I know you all have the capacity to stand up, because you took leadership roles in this mediation and you were standing up for the people that you're trying to mediate for. You have voices. You are articulate. You're educated. So you can stand up and speak up for yourself, because guess what? In this life, if you don't stand up for you, nobody will stand up for you. But there's a part 2 to standing up, and that's standing up for others. Because you're articulate, because you're smart, because you're able to persuade people and you're able to read people and figure out what people really need and how you can help resolve disputes. You have the ability to help others. And you can't do it like everybody can't get on a plane like me and fly for weeks at a time to do training. But each of you have the ability at school, at your church, in your village, with your community, to use your voices, to use your persuasive voices, to use your logic and your intelligence to help others. So stand up for yourself and for others. Number 4, never give up. Never give up. I said I was a little black girl. I didn't know a lawyer. I didn't know a judge. But my parents get a contract. So my mother worked at a school for delinquent children for 12 years. And then she was a substitute teacher for 5 years. And finally, after 17 years, she signed a contract to be a full-time teacher. My dad had a degree in psychology and political science. He tried to sell insurance. He was a terrible salesman. And so he ended up driving a bus like a lot of black men who were accountants and lawyers and who had been trained. And I loved the fact that he was a bus driver. I thought he was so handsome in his uniform. And when I was a little girl, my mother would let me run up and down the aisle of the bus when he was heading to the terminal. And then back then, people actually paid money to get on the bus, and he'd let me help him roll the quarters and pennies. So I was very proud that he was a bus driver. He decided after 20 years to apply to become a supervisor. The white boss who spoke with him said he was not competent. Now, my father had been a staff sergeant in the Army and in World War II. He was very upset, and he decided he would go back to school. He had a pension, and my mother was working full time, and they agreed that he would go back and he would get his degree in education. As fate would have it, Daddy and I were in school together. I was at Wayne State studying to be a teacher, and we were in classes together. And I had one class, a speech class, and I was asked, who did I admire the most in the world? And I said, my daddy. And tears were rolling down my cheeks. And I went home and I said, Daddy, how could you stand it? You had a college degree, and you were driving a bus. And you know what my daddy said? I did what I had to do. I did what I had to do to support your mother and your two sisters. I did what I had to do because I wanted to make it better for you. And I ask this question of all of you. Who in your life has sacrificed so you could sit in those chairs at that university and compete? Was it your mother, your grandmother, your father, your auntie, if you're adopted parent? Was it a teacher who saw the potential in you, who sacrificed so you could be there, who worked long hours so you could be there? That's the first thing he said. I did what I had to do. And I know that there are people like that in your lives. And so I think about them. He also said nobody could take his education away from him. So even if he had to deal with racism, people who thought he was dumb, that he wasn't competent, he knew who he was. And no one could take that away from him. And the third thing he said was being a bus driver was good, honest, decent work. And so some of your people are working for other people in domestic positions. Some of them are, working in shops, maybe own their own businesses, whatever. But whatever work they're doing, they sacrifice so much so you could be where you are. And finally, my father was really funny. I mentioned he had a degree in psychology and political science, and he said, well, he used a lot of psychology with the people on the bus. So I tell you that story because they were the ones that gave me those lessons to dream big, work hard, stand up, never give up, and give back. The final lesson, to give back to others. And so when I face a hurdle, a hard road, and this is not the time for me to share with you the different trauma that I had during my life, or Justice ALUOCH had during her life, getting where she is. But I think about my parents, and I think about what they've sacrificed, and I say to myself, nothing that I face is as tough as what they face. So when you think you want to give up, think about them. And think about the obligation you have to them to keep going and to never give up. They were the ones that helped me make my impossible dreams possible. They were the ones that taught me, like Nelson Mandela, that winners are dreamers who never give up. And so I end with my favorite song, a song that is called The Impossible Dream. And it's a song that has inspired me throughout my life. And it's a song I learned when I was a little girl. I have changed some of the words to fit the situation here, because the work that you're doing and that you're learning and that you're becoming expert in is going to change the lives of the people in your country, in your community, in your villages. And so I want you to continue to dream impossible dreams, and that is the name of the song. I have to get the key. Hold on a minute. To dream the impossible dream, to fight the unbeatable foe, to bear with unbearable sorrow, to run where the brave dare not go, to right the unrightable wrong, to bring peace, mediators you are, to try when your arms are too weary, to reach the unreachable star, a mediator's quest, to follow that star, no matter how hopeless, no matter how far, to fight for the deal, resolution so real, to be willing to march into hell, settlement, seal the deal. And we know if you only be true to the mediator's quest, that your hearts will be peaceful and calm because you did your best. And the world, Kenya, Uganda, South Africa, Rwanda's world, all the world will be better for this. That you tried, we tried, being peaceful and calm. We still strove with our last ounce of courage to reach, like Lady Justice ALUOCH reached, to reach like the women in the alternative dispute resolution reached, to reach like USI, African School of Humanitarian Social Studies, to reach like Jones Day and other sponsors like me and volunteers, to reach, did I forget anybody? Oh yeah, all of you. To reach, all of you, to reach the impossible dream, to reach the impossible star. And so I ask and beg all of you to continue to reach for that impossible dream, to dream big, to work hard, to stand up, to give back, and to never give up. And Asante Sana, and I thank you so much for this honor of speaking to all of you, because all of you are winners. No matter how this comes out, you are all winners because you were dreamers, you had those impossible dreams, and you made them come true. Asante Sana, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge Anne Claire Williams. She has made sure that quite a number of us have trained as international trainer of trainers in mediation. And we are really honored that she could wake up in the wee hours of the morning and just be with us here today. Another round of applause for her. And I like the story. You know, these days they say it's the storytelling of where you're coming from, where you're going to. It's not just facts. Your life should be a story, motivation of where we are going to, where we are coming from, why we are here today. I'd actually like to hear, if the Mentimeter was working, there was a technicality, that's why we couldn't have it on, to hear from all the students, why are you here today? And even the judges that have volunteered to be here, why are we here today? It's such an encouragement to all of us. And I'm sure we have picked a few things from her. Remember her aspiration, what has motivated her, living her mama's dreams. You can imagine that as a child, doing what your mom would have loved to do, and since she couldn't do it, you do it in her honor. Very beautiful. And also a blessing to humanity, and the light that she sees in our eyes. I wish she was here to see each and every one of us here, because each and every one of us has a special light right now in our midst. And then again, dream big, work hard, stand up for yourself and for others. Never give up and give back. WADA, we're about giving back, and that's why we're here today. So briefly, I think now we can take a break. Unless Victor, do you have anything to comment just before we take a brief break? We'll take a break for about 20 minutes so that we give our judges to finalize, and then we can come back and conclude.
Thank you so much. Judge had to sacrifice her entire night just to be here. That tells you how important this is. And speaking of the judge is such a tall order, so I wouldn't even try to do that. So just, the Mentimeter is working, I'm told. So what I'd like us to do is, if you have your cell phone, I think we all have cell phones. This is a digital generation. We'd like you to attempt this question, and the question is, what did you take away from this competition? What's your takeaway? And try and weave that to your story, because we all have stories to tell, just like Judge. So I want you to take out your phone and try as much as possible to attempt to this question. Do we have a QR code for this? All right. Okay. So there is a code. The code is 6375-0159. All right. So I'm instructed by Leila that what you need to do is you need to log to menti.com. That's MENTI.com. And the use code is 6375-0159. I'm going to run through that again. 6375-0159. Who's accessed successfully? All right, I'm seeing quite a number of hands up. Anybody else? All right, I see a third hand. Can I see more hands go up? Yeah. So I want us to attempt the question, what did you take away from this competition? I know we all have multiple takeaways, but at this point in time, we'd just like to have one takeaway. All right, I'm seeing quite a number of answers coming up. Insight. That competition is actually fun. Killing two birds with one stone, learning and having fun. I've learned that the world is wide, and that mediation is the future, and that we are all capable of making it. Wow, powerful. Cap DM, my French only stops at bonjour. Is this French? Pardon? It's Latin? Oh. Relationship and knowledge, wow, powerful. The power of collaboration and dialogue amongst the youth, oh my. We need that in our continent like never before. Stakes are high. When you look at the world today, Asia, Europe, Africa, stakes are high. Power of collaboration and dialogue, definitely yes. I have made so many friends. Wow. I've made so many friends. Powerful. All right, we have a second question. Why did you participate in this continental competition? Don't we all agree that this was a continental competition? We had participants all the way from South Africa, oh my, Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya, Beautiful. All right, let's attempt this question as well. Oh, I love mediation. And you know, justice, ALUOCH, is a symbol of mediation. So by extension, would say that we love Justice ALUOCH and celebrate her for the exposure it would give me. Wow, beautiful. I hope you got what you are looking for. The exposure that you are looking for, I hope you got it. To get different insight and strategies. Oh, wow. I have passion to capacity build on matters mediation. Wow, that's incredible. Could we scroll down? Could we kindly scroll down a little bit? To meet new people and participate in the future of Africa. Ooh, wow. It's all about, but oh my goodness. My teeth would drop down. Oh, to learn, powerful. To learn, powerful. I wanted to network, to step out of my comfort zone and make friends across the world. And also, of course, to win. We're all winners. Thank you. Because I wanted to put my mediation skills into practice. Did we all get an opportunity to do that? Global is the way to go. Wow. Justice ALUOCH has been there. To support my students and learn more on mediation. Powerful. And we want to celebrate all the instructors, all the teachers, all the coaches that have carved out time out of their special schedule just to be here. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you. And then to learn and network. Are we all learning and networking? Are we all learning and networking? All right, they say that life stops, rather learning stops when we're dead. Okay, do we have more responses? Do we have more responses? All right, yes. Okay. Oh, curiosity, powerful. Increase my knowledge in mediation. I hope you got that. My country's history highlights the vital role that mediation plays in peace. I want to promote intra-African collaboration and cooperation to ensure the growth and stability of the continent. Wow, beautiful. That's the power of mediation. Look at contexts like South Africa that was broken into pieces. Look at Rwanda that was broken into pieces. But through mediation, a masterpiece emerged out of that. And you could be here and your life looks like pieces all over the place, but you have an opportunity to make a masterpiece out of the broken pieces of your life. Thank you. Somebody says, improve negotiation and open-mindedness. Ooh, wow. Yesterday, I had an opportunity to be one of the judges, and what I thought went on was just amazing. The mediation drama that we're seeing here was off the roof. I think we all need to have more mediation dramas on our TVs. Who agrees with me? Who agrees with me? Come on. Right? This was just a masterpiece. It was a masterpiece and a masterclass. All right? To get a wider scope of ideas on dispute resolution. Wow, I hope you got that. And I hope we understand that ideas rule the world. Ideas govern the world. All right? It was an opportunity to network with people with whom I share common interests and learn from them. Beautiful. Resolution is what is right. ADR is a forward. ADR is a forward and a responsibility I take from today and forever. That's powerful. That melts my heart. To get practical experience. I hope we all got that here. Exposure and networking. Oh, and then somebody says, to challenge myself and take this activity on my bucket list. Oh, wow. Networking, beautiful. I think at this point in time, I'd like to return the floor to Phyllis. I don't know where she is. When you're given power, use it responsible. And so I want to use this power that I've been given here with the mic. There's a saying that goes that the most dangerous man is a lawyer holding a microphone and a willing audience. So I want to use my power responsibly, and at this point in time call Phyllis to take over. Thank you for bearing with me. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We continue to learn and engage. And just before we break for tea, we'd like the judges to give their comments before they retreat to go and finalize. That's fine? You'll come to the front. Have the honor, and then you can give your remarks before you retreat to the tallying center. These have been our honorable judges, Fleischer, Nderitu, and Zippy. You can just, she's following, there's no problem. Yeah, she's with us now. So, who will be the first to go, Mr. Nderitu?
Thank you, Phyllis. Good morning, everybody. My name is Nderitu, and I'm a fan of mediation. Been practicing and teaching mediation from 2009, and it's something that has transformed my legal practice. I was not here at the beginning, so I don't know whether there are non-lawyers who are practicing mediation. Are they in the room? Well done. Keep it up. We try and encourage and tell people that mediation is not about lawyers. It's about everybody. So in no particular order, I want to thank the teams. I've not seen the performance from the others, but from the quality of performance in this finalist team, it's quite impressive, and I want to congratulate all of you for participating in this. In the interest of time, I think mediators, since you're not in a team, the feedback will be to you individually. Quite well done. I like that you brought out the attributes of mediation, what you might want. Even with my experience, I still keep a yellow sticky note so that I don't forget something. One important thing that played out throughout the mediation is an issue of authority to settle, which is something that in your opening statement, I didn't hear it come out, and confirmation that even if you're not the owner of the business, do you have authority to settle, so that it would assuage the fear that kept on coming from the other side. I like that you went through the whole of it, telling what mediation is, the housekeeping, and how the day runs, which was very important. So there are a lot of good things that you did. You handled the disruption very well. You are audible, you had eye contact, and actually took very few, if any, notes, which is very important for mediation, because you want to keep the eye contact so that you can get everything that the parties are saying. A few things that you might want to note and work on. I know you talk about this thing of we. Leave this be their problem. You are responsible for the process as the mediator, but the problem and the solutions comes from them. So it's when you get a settlement, it's not when we get a settlement, because then you become part of that process, which you might not want. So when you're saying we are going to take a break, we are going to do this, it's very fine. But when it comes to the problem and the solution, it is you, the parties. I think you may have a legal background, if I'm not wrong. because you kept on saying issues for determination instead of issues for discussion. Remember, nothing is being determined. Yeah, it's being discussed, and parties are to find a solution to them. I like that you used the whiteboard. Sometimes it can be a flip chart, but one of the things you need to note, avoid numbering the issues, because what does numbering do to your mind? It gives you a priority, tells you that number 1 could be more important than number 5, and yet could be, like you saw it played out. Whatever you had numbered, they just went straight to talk about the money for the other goods that had been supplied, which had not been paid. Which could tell you that this could be the most urgent pain and the lowest hanging fruit for this manufacturer of products. They want this. Cash flow is the lifeline of any business. So that's why they somehow gravitated to saying, how about this? Was it $54,000 or something? How about this? So they ignored everything and went to that, which tells you something about numbering. So avoid numbering. You can use asterisks, you can use bullets, just to avoid that automatic thing about numbering. Again, when you use a whiteboard, as much as possible, stay on the side so that your back is not to the parties. You might turn around and somebody has walked out and you cannot see. So stay on the side so that they're able to see what you're writing, and you can also keep them engaged. I liked your energy. I know my co-judges will say something about that, but sometimes avoid dropping the ball. When you label issues, then guide the conversation instead of parties ambushing you. I like that when parties asked for a break, you went with the queue and allowed them to have that private session, the caucus, and topping and tailing, insisting you start and finish with confidentiality, which was very good, and being very adaptive in the requests that the parties make, even as you manage the process. There are many other things that you get on the review, but generally very well done for sitting as mediator. For the Senegalese team, well done. I like it that people had grasped the facts of the case that they were dealing with. I saw some good oration. There was good eye contact with the mediator and also with the parties on the other side. There was also very conciliatory approach to this whole process, and I think this I saw from both lawyers. Whenever we've gone to actual mediations, those who sit as mediators will tell you, you will always get very abrasive lawyers. But Ben and Nina, that's right, Ben and Nina went to really support their client and were very conciliatory in their approach towards the mediation, and I think that is something very good that you've done even as you sat as counsel. I don't know whether it was in a script in the choice of who is present in the room, and you see the trouble that was causing. So when people introduce themselves and say, I'm so-and-so from this company and my role in this mediation is as so-and-so, it didn't come out what your role was, who you were, until after there was a bit of a tiff. So again, I know this is a moot, but in real life, this plays out whereby there's an owner of business and a client rep, and it didn't come out very clearly that you're the client rep and how much you are invested in the business for it to get acceptance by the contemporary on the other side. So I don't know how that choice came about, but you can see how who is the room is really critical for a successful mediations. I think also there was the issue of that contract that was shared. Again, that's an issue that came out. I don't know whether, again, it was in the script that during the mediation introduced this contract or how that came about, but you can also see why pre-mediation activity is usually very important, that all information is exchanged beforehand, so that then even if a party, because it does not always work that those who are there in the signing are present in the room. And it is very okay for a client representative to represent the client. But did they have this information prior to the mediation so that they're able to seek instructions, familiarize themselves with it, and be able to effectively participate. Finally, also, I think for the two principals, that is for Sarah and also for Maputo, I won't pronounce the other name, I don't know whether it's Jao or whatever. You really got into character, which is very commendable. I could see an old man sitting there. So it was very commendable. The emotions were raw and real. And this is not just acting. It showed that you understood the script, you understood the character that you are playing. And I think all of you have quite bright futures in mediation. Thank you.
We all keep learning. We all keep learning.
Thank you. My name is Zipe Musiemi. I'm really pleased to be here today and to be accorded the opportunity. I have learned so much. I wrote so many notes, even though I am a mediator of many years and a trainer of close to 10 years. Learning never ends. So I hope the other students who have been participating from Tuesday came here. Because one of the things that we said at the opening, don't put the marks too much. You will miss the greater goal. And the greater goal is learning. And I hope those that have stayed in will take this teaching away from here. Now remember, you are all mediators. You are just playing different roles. So well done to both teams. I won't repeat what Derito has said, but to the mediator, it was admirable to see your composition, your confidence, and you were in your elements. There was no reading, you knew your craft. I think you had a lot of courage. I observed particularly that you didn't take a lot of notes, which is what most of us are victims of, just writing. And then you are able to maintain the eye contact. Derito has said most of the things, so allow me not to repeat all the accolades, but just to say areas where you did also well. Even where in the ground rules you do not explain some things, you are very wise along the way to pick and state them. And even your teammates, particularly Sarah, was able to pick some of that. Just going back to authority to settle, it came up a few times from Zhao, and it meant that authority to settle is a very important aspect when you're in mediation. I like the way that you did not get intimidated by a very subtle power play that happened, if you are able to pick it, and you managed to the best of your ability to push the process forward. I feel that there was something you would have mentioned, and that is the importance of mediation in terms of the timeliness, in terms of its efficiency and effectiveness, because relationship was in capital letters, if you notice, so it was very important. You could have also asked the party if they have additional ground rules, particularly because you have a disparity in age, in gender, and all that. That probably would have added more. You were reasonable, you were flexible, there was empathy, and you kept getting the parties away from positions to interest. It was important, particularly to hear the words repaired relationships that came up. Now, over to sunglasses. You overall did well in terms of the confidence, the courage, just the ability to, I like the word organized thoughts, and that was the consultation. I like the way the Singapore Convention was almost about to scatter the process, and then you quickly went back. And that is what authority was challenging. When you don't tell parties you have power to settle, if you don't ask them, then they start bringing other non-related issues. So that's where the Singapore Convention, I think, was coming from. You knew the issues that brought you to the table, and you knew what you wanted. Business interests were played well, and even though you are the receiving party on this part, I think there was a lot of grace in the way you came to the table, and that answered to the word relationship. You really want this relationship. There was creativity. There was the relationship was put in capital letters because you said put on board, and I think that's when the mediator wrote it. It was good to watch that there was reframing in the room. This is a general comment. When you don't want to pass judgment and you say you don't want to assign. So in mediation, it's very important, and this is for all of us, to reframe tough conversations that come to the table. There was sympathy. And there was a good team play between yourself and your teammate. So well done for all that. What could you have done differently? I think the idea of what Nderito has said, you needed to establish your credibility right at the stop. So that, because you're representing an institution and you have what it takes. When you come to Mo's Foods, Mo's team, I really like the way the CEO played his role. What came out clear is there is a lost relationship, and you are mourning that. And keeping on asking the other team meant that that needed to be addressed, and that's the assurance that you would have come right from the beginning. You kept on bringing them back to the room, that they're out of negotiations, and the issues that you really wanted addressed. I think it was good to clarify which price are you talking about and what is the interest, because that's still an outstanding issue. A lot of them has been said by Nderito again, allow me not to repeat, but I felt the councils did a good job. You supported the parties, you consulted across the board very well. I would have really liked to hear how the contract was going to be interpreted, because it came up as an issue. Again, the numbering and all that. Otherwise, well done.
What we'll do, we have to vacate the room. So there's no problem. We'll take a break for tea. What we will do, we'll award the marks just before you'll make your comments. Is that okay? That's why I was trying to stop you, so that you could have continued your comments after that. Because there's another party that is coming needs the room immediately. So we'll take a break. We'll go and have tea on the other side. And the guests on the front row, our special guests, will come to the back room here. Rachel, you have something to say? We will go to LT.
Hello, tea will be served for the students outside. There is a tent. We'll be going to LT1. So we'll have our volunteers all wearing red sashes and blue sashes guide you to where we are going. It's not too far from here. Our panelists and our guests will have tea behind this room here. So you can follow me, our guests, for 30 minutes, and then we will go. Thank you. 12:30 is when we will start the next session and the awarding, all right? Students, outside the tea, our guests, follow me, please. Thank you. Let's...
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this year's Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH InterVarsity Moot Court competition. I look forward to us all enjoying ourselves today and the days to come.
Jambo, karibuni Kenya. Welcome to the third edition of the annual Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH International InterVarsity ADR Moot Court. Karibuni.
Welcome to this year's Moot Court competition.
My name is Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH, a retired judge, after serving in the Kenya judiciary for 35 years, up to the Court of Appeal, which was at the time the highest court. Thereafter, I was nominated by the Kenya government to run for elections of the International Criminal Court, which I won because I was elected in January of 2009, and I served at the International Criminal Court for 9 years. Upon retirement, and before I got back home, I trained as an ADR practitioner, an arbitrator and a mediator, and that's what I do these days. In the last 2 years, I have been working in South Sudan, reforming the judiciary of South Sudan. I had a team. I had a colleague from Uganda and I had a team from South Sudan. And that was judicial reforms under the revitalized, that's power sharing agreement that brought the independence in South Sudan. One of the things that we recommended very strongly was within the judiciary of South Sudan is court annexed mediation, which they don't have. And there are several countries that have, in Africa, several countries now have court annexed mediation, and we recommended it for South Sudan. I'm the patron of Women in Alternative Dispute Resolution. In their own wisdom, they decided to give me that position, and that is why the Moot Court is named after me. Now, in Africa, we are at crossroads when it comes to dispute resolution. We tend to run to court without realizing that there are other mechanisms like negotiation, mediation, arbitration, conciliation, name it. We are excited that in this Moot Court competition we have students from other parts of Africa, and this is the whole area of trying to train young people in Africa to learn how to resolve disputes amicably. Cannot wait to see the energy, the ideas, the enthusiasm of the students that we have who will be taking part in this InterVarsity Moot Court competition.
My name is Eunice Lumalas. I'm an advocate and an enthusiast of alternative methods of settling disputes. I'm currently the chair of Women in Alternative Dispute Resolution, otherwise known as ADR. This year, Women in Alternative Dispute Resolution is collaborating with the United States International University, USIU Africa, to bring to you the third edition of the annual Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH International InterVarsity Alternative Dispute Resolution Moot Competition. We are very pleased that this year we have an interest from universities across Africa. So we have universities from Rwanda, from South Africa, from Central and West Africa joining us, and we are so pleased and looking forward to an emergence of new ideas on how to resolve conflict, something that is much needed in Africa. I'll tell you briefly why we decided to name this Moot Court after our patron, Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH. Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH is one of those people who appears once in a lifetime. You know, when you get to know her, and we are privileged as women in ADR to be mentored by her, we would tell you that her legacy is not just in what is written about her, because we've heard she has worked in Kenyan judiciary, she has worked internationally, and she's renowned as a jurist here and abroad. And she has been trailblazing in transforming judiciaries, not just in Kenya, but also out there. What I can say is that the lasting legacy of our patron, Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH, as far as women in ADR is concerned, is the fact that she is touching each one of us individually in the manner in which she drives all of us to break barriers, to move forward and achieve our objectives. Women in ADR's foundation is premised on the fact that there were obvious discrepancies in women's full participation in dispute resolution, and we see it in armed conflict scenarios, in mediation across Africa, and we are working day by day, building brick by brick under her leadership to ensure that women actively participate in all aspects of alternative dispute resolution. And we really are grateful that she, through this platform, she's enabling the younger generation, university students, and those who are coming after them through this platform to have the requisite skills to resolve disputes effectively. We look forward to a great and engaging session with the students around. We thank you for coming. We want to be, all of you to be part of this family so that going forward we make it bigger and more meaningful. We hope even in due course we can be having it in each capital of Africa so that we ensure
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this year's Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH InterVarsity Moot Court competition. I look forward to us all enjoying ourselves today and the days to come.
Jambo, karibuni Kenya. Welcome to the third edition of the annual Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH International InterVarsity Adr Moot Court. Karibuni.
Welcome to this year's Moot Court competition.
My name is Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH, a retired judge, after serving in the Kenya judiciary for 35 years, up to the Court of Appeal, which was at the time the highest court. Thereafter, I was nominated by the Kenya government to run for elections of the International Criminal Court, which I won because I was elected in January of 2009, and I served at the International Criminal Court for 9 years. Upon retirement, and before I got back home, I trained as an ADR practitioner, an arbitrator, and a mediator. And that's what I do these days. In the last 2 years, I have been working in South Sudan, reforming the judiciary of South Sudan. I had a team. I had a colleague from Uganda and I had a team from South Sudan. And that was judicial reforms under the revitalized, that's power sharing agreement that brought the independence in South Sudan. One of the things that we recommended very strongly was within the judiciary of South Sudan is court annex mediation, which they don't have. And there are several countries that have, in Africa, several countries now have court annex mediation, and we recommended it for South Sudan. I'm the patron of women in alternative dispute resolution. In their own wisdom, they decided to give me that position, and that is why the Moot Court is named after me. Now, in Africa, we are at crossroads when it comes to dispute resolution. We tend to run to court without realizing that there are other mechanisms like negotiation, mediation, arbitration, conciliation, name it. We are excited that in this Moot Court competition, we have students from other parts of Africa. And this is the whole area of trying to train young people in Africa to learn how to resolve disputes amicably. Cannot wait to see the energy, the ideas, the enthusiasm of the students that we have who will be taking part in this InterVarsity Moot Court competition.
My name is Eunice Lumalas. I'm an advocate and an enthusiast of alternative methods of settling disputes. I'm currently the chair of Women in Alternative Dispute Resolution, otherwise known as ADR. This year, Women in Alternative Dispute Resolution is collaborating with the United States International University, USIU Africa, to bring to you the third edition of the annual Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH International InterVarsity Alternative Dispute Resolution Moot Competition. We are very pleased that this year we have an interest from universities across Africa. So we have universities from Rwanda, from South Africa, from Central and West Africa joining us. And we are so pleased and looking forward to an emergence of new ideas on how to resolve conflict, something that is much needed in Africa. I'll tell you briefly why we decided to name this Moot Court after our patron, Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH. Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH is one of those people who appears once in a lifetime. You know, when you get to know her, and we are privileged as women in ADR to be mentored by her, we would tell you that her legacy is not just in what is written about her, because we've heard she has worked in Kenyan judiciary, she has worked internationally, and she's renowned as a jurist here and abroad. And she has been trailblazing in transforming judiciaries, not just in Kenya, but also out there. What I can say is that the lasting legacy of our patron, Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH, as far as women in ADR is concerned, is the fact that she is touching each one of us individually in the manner in which she drives all of us to break barriers, to move forward and achieve our objectives. Women in ADR's foundation is premised on the fact that there were obvious discrepancies in women's full participation in dispute resolution, and we see it in armed conflict scenarios, in mediation across Africa, and we are working day by day, building brick by brick under her leadership to ensure that women actively participate in all aspects of alternative dispute resolution. And we really are grateful that she, through this platform, she's enabling the younger generation, university students, and those who are coming after them through this platform to have the requisite skills to resolve disputes effectively. We look forward to a great and engaging session with the students around. We thank you for coming. We want to be, all of you to be part of this family so that going forward we make it bigger and more meaningful. We hope even in due course we can be having it in each capital of Africa so that we ensure that everyone is participating in this moot. And mark these words, this is going to be the moot court to watch out for in Africa as far as ADR is concerned. There will be no moot court on any table without that of Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH being mentioned. It is going to be a house court.
My name is Florence Shako, and I am the Vice Chairperson of Women in Alternative Dispute Resolution. I want to talk a little bit about our moot court competition and this year's theme on bridging borders using alternative dispute resolution as a means of resolving trade and regional disputes, especially under the African Continental Free Trade Area. It is important to encourage African countries to trade with one another. The competition not only helps to develop the students' alternative dispute resolution skills, but also supports the continent's integration goals and supports the growing alternative dispute resolution landscape. We hope that this competition will encourage the use of ADR not only in Kenya, but across the continent.
Check 1 2. 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 Check 1 2.
everyone. Are you really excited for the closing ceremony? No, you aren't. Are you really excited? So when we were small, we used to sing this song. I will make you fishers of men. So the F, you stand, which are the females. The male, which is M, you sit. When the females are standing with the F stand, male you sit. If it's time for the male stands, the M male stands, F you sit. Have you gotten it? Can we try it? Can we try it? Can we? So I'll be, I know
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this year's Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH InterVarsity Moot Court competition. I look forward to us all enjoying ourselves today and the days to come.
Only one has stood. Can we try?
Joyce ALUOCH International InterVarsity Adr Moot Court. Karibuni.
Welcome to this year's Moot Court competition.
My name is Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH, a retired judge. After serving in the
Me, if you follow me, I will make you fishers of men. If you follow me. That was a good trial. That was a very nice trial. Now I want to do the actual one. We decide. We do the actual one or we do another thing? No, we are doing the actual one. Thank you. We are starting again. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. Good job. Clap for yourself, guys. Now, I don't even want you to sit now. We are standing again. Oh my. Oh my. We need to be ready. We need to be warmed up for
judiciary for 35 years, up to the Court of Appeal, which was at the time the highest court. Thereafter, I was nominated by the Kenya government to run for elections of the International Criminal Court, which I won because I was elected in January of 2009, and I served at the International Criminal Court.
Now I want us to do, find a partner, find a partner, a partner, a partner. Then you. Yeah. Then let's go back to our swing, our swing, our swing, our swing, our swing, our swing. Now Kenyans know this. Anguka nayo. Do you know that? Kenyans, where are you in the house? Woo! We want to go that, okay? You know? You fall with it, you fall with it. You fall with it, okay? Let's go. Hey, hey, hey. We go again. We are going down, guys. We are going back to our style. Now I want us to look at the trophies. Are you seeing them? Are you seeing them? Are you seeing them? I want us. Are you seeing them? Stellenbosch, where are you? Are you seeing it?
Are you seeing it? Kabarak, where are you? Yuan, where are you? And where are the judges? Judges. We are going back to our style. Now Kenyans know this song. You remember the style we did? Of falling with it. You remember? And then you stand and pause. Then you pause. You pause, then you look at your friend. And then you then you look at them again. Now we go down. There, stay there. Hey. DJ decided to change the song. Okay.
We are laugh, we are talk, I enjoy the moonlight. Same time, my brother say, Charlie, whip to the right. Let me look at one girl in a full suit of white with the finger cock and the...
Can you hear your friend? Can you hear them?
You don't know how a woman bad boy bang a night. Kill for the man over one red stripe. Kick up red eyes, I can't keep him walk by and blow up a mosquito.
I want us to do a last reggae. A reggae. Yeah.
I know my can't be right, but my heart pick up a speed like the horse legal life. And my face here by when tiger catch.
And then we sit down. Thank you guys, thank you.
Good afternoon. I can confirm we've had lunch. I've seen, yeah? We'll have very few remarks because the purpose of this party is the award ceremony. We want to award the best of the best, which we believe is everyone in this room. Is that right? Team Excellence. Yeah, so we are really proud of all of you. We'll just have a few people say just one or two things, then we go straight into the award ceremony. On the other side, I know we cut off the last conversation. So the first person I want to welcome up is the person who was speaking when they were cut off, Zippy Musimi, as well, and then followed by Stephen Fleischer, just to give a few comments, and then we'll proceed from there. Karibu, Zippy.
Thank you. Let me reconnect my thoughts. One of the things that we picked up was ability to recollect yourself. In mediation, you may forget to say something, you may not state it very well. You need to recollect yourself without the client feeling, oh, I forgot, or I didn't say this. And I saw the team did that. So reframing is very important, and we saw it in the room. Well done, teams. There's a lot of reflection on the relationship because it was in capital letters, so it was very important. So the teams kept bearing back to that. Team chemistry was good. You could see there was chemistry between the teams. There was a cultural sensitivity. I think it can come out in a mediation as a power play. It was in language and gender. There was, we expected to see Mr. We expected to see a none of you. So you should be able to be sensitive to that and know how to adapt to that. And I think both teams did very well. You need to be sensitive to a power play, which is what came out in my glass of whiskey. Did anybody hear about a glass of whiskey? It was not once, it was not twice. So if you have a party like that, then you need to recognize there's a relationship that is being mourned, and it means a lot. It's not because you can't do what you came to do in the room, but you have to reassure the parties at the beginning. This is what people don't like change, even though it is sometimes good. But you need to walk parties. That is the thing you have to bring back credibility and value to the space. There was reasonableness and flexibility. The objective of the caucus is to either get confidential information or clarify further. I think some confidential information came out of the contract. It would have been nice to see how that would have gone. Maybe we'll hear it on the 15th of August when you meet next. Please send us the result. The agenda setting, I think Derito talked about it. Numbers are very dangerous in conflict because they assign certain things in our mind. So you will need them to follow the agenda and tick out an issue. Maybe the teams set out and said, let's go to... There was a price on one hand, and there was another more important issue to the other party, and that is what you rearrange. When you go now to caucus, then you assign priorities into that, into the agenda again. So what is most important, what must you get, what are you willing to trade off, what can you leave this room without? We've heard about the Batnas, the Mlatnas, and the Watnas. That is where they come into play. Conflict is very sweet. You have to know that. And so one of the things that came out is keep repeating the conflict and the relationship. So the mediator has the responsibility to take parties away because mediation is future looking. The history does not help much, so you need to move that. And the other one is to decide this issue about prices on and on. Can you pick another less difficult situation, tick it out of the box, and then you leave the toughest things towards the end? That's all I have to say for now. Thank you. Fletcher?
This room is fairly small. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. The advice that you usually hear is trust your judge. The other advice you hear is trust yourselves. Take all of this advice, and some of it's going to conflict, and piece it together, try to make your own decision, and develop your own style. So keep that in mind as I'm telling you about this. Oh, it's being streamed. Sorry. No worries. Okay, the streaming audience is going to miss my opening remarks. Some general comments about the hearing, and then I'm going to go into each team and the mediator as well. I thought everyone on the stage today was very, very well-spoken. I thought they were poised. I thought it was an impressive round to listen to. Everyone seemed very, very well prepared. That's something you should all notice, and you should all congratulate yourselves on. A couple general comments are that in these kinds of moots, especially for mediation, some acting is needed. You are playing the part of someone. I would really caution you to not overact. What you want to do in this setting is you want to advance your client's agenda. You want to push forward whatever it is you want. Do you want 5% removed from that penalty? If that's your goal, every sentence you say in that hearing should advance that goal, right? act a little bit and use that to demonstrate some authenticity to the process, but make sure everything you're saying advances the goal that you need. What I found in this round was that there was a lot of discussions that frankly had very little to do with the dispute at hand, right? And as a result of that, we spent hour and a half, and we didn't really get much done, right? We didn't really advance much. Now, that wasn't the sole fault of the mediator, who I actually thought was really trying to keep things on track. But there were a lot of different moments where everyone in that room could have helped get that mediation back on track. And ultimately, I think that would not have been a successful mediation in real life, right? We didn't really get anything done in this one. For the mediator, some general comments. I thought you had a really good command of the room. I thought you gave clear instructions. Even from the get-go, you walked in and you said, I'd like you to sit here. As you're the counsel who brought the dispute forward, I'd like you to sit here. Being in charge is important as a mediator. You need to be the one running the show. This is sort of a personal comment, but I'm not sure fun fact is something I would include as a mediator. I've done a couple dozen mediations in Kenya, but I've done more in America. And what you see is two parties who are really upset about something. I mean, they are here in mediation because they could not solve it by themselves. They are upset about hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe even more. And I think they're so upset they don't want to deal with these, smaller engagements like fun facts. But that's personally just my personal opinion. One thing I thought you did that was really fantastic, and the judges didn't take note of it in their comments, and I just want to tell it to you, is there was a moment in the opening statements where the opening statements stopped. And I'm sure you all noticed it. It turned into this back and forth questions to both parties. And at one point you stopped it and you said, actually, I'd like to interrupt the parties, and you're very polite. This is a moment for opening statements. I'd like us to have an uninterrupted moment of opening statements. I thought that was great, and I was very glad you didn't let that continue, because that was not how it should go in the beginning of a mediation. I overall felt that your job was very difficult to set an agenda. In mediations that I've done, we have opening statements from both parties, and those opening statements make it very clear what's going on. I was in a dispute. I was wronged by $1 million. I delivered my goods, and I was not paid the full purchase price. Why am I here? I'm here because I want my $1 million. Well, that's easy for me as a mediator, right? Agenda item number 1, this guy wants $1 million. Your job was harder because, in my opinion, the opening statements did not clearly address what the agenda items needed to be. So what you did is you parsed together the information you had, you parsed together information that you heard, and it wasn't much from those opening statements, and you created an agenda. I thought that was very, very well done. Some points of improvement. I thought there were some moments where you should have taken charge, and in 2 or 3 instances, you deferred to the counsel. So you said, do you want me to rewrite this on the whiteboard, or would you like us to just continue? Another moment where you asked USIU if they wanted to do another caucus first, or they wanted to have a joint conversation first. I think you should have led those. I think you should have went with your instinct, decided what you thought was best, and gone forward with it. A couple times I saw you really trying to get things back on track, but the timing was out of control, right? I mean, there was a lot of talking going on, and we weren't really getting to the substance of the matter. So a little bit more forcefulness to get the parties back on track. But overall, I really, my ultimate opinion was I was very impressed. I think you did a great job, and keep it up. And I hope you have more time in Strathmore to do more moots and mediation or otherwise. Stellenbosch, I thought you were very, very, very well spoken. I mean, I think that was a very strong quality from both of you. I mean, I was very, very impressed with your speaking skills, your poise. I thought something that is quite important is how poised you are even when you're not speaking. Are you making facial expressions when the other party says something? Never from you guys. You were focused and you acted like counsel, and I thought that was very, very impressive. Even in the face of some aggressive comments, who are you? I don't know who you are. You were very, very polite throughout, and I think that was something that was impressive, and I think it was something everyone in the audience noticed. I would think a little bit more about the timing of when to ask for a caucus. You asked for it rather early. I'm not sure that was the right time. I think you could have had maybe a few more conversations before you got there. I also say a really, really small, minuscule comment, and forgive me, but we want to give off a certain impression, right? It's why we dress well, we speak a certain way, we do all of these things. ripped out pieces of loose leaf paper with all the little jagged edges from when you ripped it out, that doesn't give across that, high end, I'm a mediator, I'm a counsel who has my client's best interest at heart. So everything matters, from how you dress, how you speak, how the table's organized, and I think that's a comment that both teams can adopt a bit. A couple things that I just think were really, really well done from you guys. I just want to highlight these. There was a back and forth about the Singapore Convention. Ultimately, you guys were able to resolve that yourselves. It wasn't the mediator who resolved it, you did. And you said, we want this to be binding. And as long as we can agree on something that is a binding resolution, we're happy to proceed. That was really, really elegant, really, really nice. I thought you did a good job at pushing the agenda. I think introductory period should be discussed first. I think that was a smart decision. I don't think it really happened, but I think it was a good decision to make, and I like that you did that. I also saw one of you, I think it was counsel, tried to move us back to the agenda, and we were dealing with this whiteboard exercise, and you were trying to push us back onto the agenda, and that was noticed, and I'm glad you made that point. Overall, I thought that you did a great job, so well done. Final comment, so I don't elongate this feedback too much. For USIU, again, I thought that it was a very, very strong performance. Clearly, you guys knew the problem, and clearly you worked hard on it, and that was obvious and well noticed by everyone in the room. I would be careful with the opening statement. The opening statements, again, in my view, should be a fluid 5 minutes. They shouldn't have interruptions. They shouldn't have questions. They shouldn't have rhetorical questions. It's your chance to set the scene, to set the tone. When you listen to a good opening statement in mediation, you really feel that that party was wronged. You really feel like that party got in trouble. They really were treated badly in this scenario. And you lose that vibe, you use that theme when you interrupt it and when you ask rhetorical questions. So I would keep that as fluid as possible. We talked about the acting. I think there was a little bit too much acting. Some of that pushed the needle forward, and that's fine. But some of it didn't, right? The whiskey comment was probably fine once. It didn't need to go on too much. The Tanzania Umoja law firm, what Umoja means and why you were hired. It's probably not advancing the substance of the issue too much. There was a point that Stellenbosch made in the opening statement about the Singapore Convention. USIU, you pushed back on that pretty quickly in your opening statement. I thought that was very, very nice. At the whiteboard, I think I would have timed that differently, but I was impressed of that whiteboard exercise. I was impressed about how you introduced the different facts that happened and tried to collate them together to make your point. So that was well done. Overall, I thought it was a good job by both teams. I'm not going to give any more feedback, but if anyone has any questions about this, just find me on LinkedIn, shoot me a message. I really believe in moots a lot. If you can continue doing moots, please do. I think they're unbelievable educational tools. And if I can help you in any way throughout your law school journey, just shoot me a message. I'd love to be involved. So thank you so much for listening. Great job to both teams.
Thank you so much. We only have one more person giving remarks, which I think is the right person to give the final remarks. Let's put our hands together for Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH.
May I say good afternoon to everybody? You look amazing in the new hall. It's a completely different picture from where we were. So I'll make very few remarks because almost everything has been said. And more so when my sister, Judge Ann Williams, whom I gave the name Atieno, and she was quite happy to bear that name. Today, she just didn't want to announce it. But because, as she told you, we met a very long time ago, 2006. That's a long time, isn't it? And even when I was at the ICC at The Hague, I invited her, and she addressed my colleague, the judges, because after all, she was once a judge. And my colleagues were very happy to have her. So I just want to acknowledge all of you. I think we are all distinguished guests, aren't we? Yeah. Colleagues are here, mentors are here, and especially these brilliant students who have brought this moot competition to life. Thank you very much for bringing it to light. It is with great admiration and gratitude that I stand before you today as we reach the end of this vibrant journey that started on Monday the 18th here at USIU Africa, where we've had the privilege of hosting Africa's most passionate negotiations and legal minds in alternative dispute resolution, or ADR, for this moot court. I will not call its name because I don't want to call my name. First, I want to extend my deep appreciation to this university. And don't forget that this morning we started off with the Vice Chancellor himself. Say, please give a big thank you to him now that he's not here. The warmth of this campus, the size of it, isn't it? Just the size of it. In fact, if you study here, you don't need to even to go for exercise. Just walk the size of this university and you get all the exercise. And then there's the strength of your academic leadership and your commitment to nurturing future leaders in ADR have made this competition exceptional, isn't it? Your leadership cements USIU Africa as a regional hub of excellence in dispute resolution education. To all participating universities, thank you for bringing your brilliance to this year's theme, Bridging Borders, ADR as the key resolving trade and regional disputes under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. That's where we were dealing, isn't it? Now, I think there has been a challenge for you to think not just as lawyers or other professionals, but as peacemakers in the context of continental integration. Through inventive solutions, rigorous preparation, and unwavering teamwork, you've embodied the very qualities that drive ADR, which are empathy, creativity, collaboration. Now, I think on the first day, I told you quite a bit about my journey in the legal or in the justice sector, so I will not do that today. I think it's still alive in your minds what I said, where I started and where I reached. But maybe I can just add that early in my career, I simplified the procedures under the current Succession Act. I simplified it, and that to help orphaned children especially, because it was the period during the HIV and AIDS pandemic. I simplified the procedures, and I made it easy. Unfortunately, at the time, the beginning of the HIV and AIDS pandemic, we lost a husband and wife who died, and the children remained uncared for. And then they would want to try and pay the school fees, and the school, the bank, they would go to the bank to try and pay school fees, maybe their surviving relatives, and the bank would say, no, we need a court document. So many people started running to the courts, and then, of course, that's the time I had just established the family division. So they would say, Judge, we have come, we are looking for this document. So I say, which one? The bank told us to come. So there were so many people. So what I did was I went to the campus at the University of Nairobi, and I asked the dean then to give me a group of students. If you are born at that time, you would have been one of them. But I know most of you are. So I was given a group of students. I brought them to the registry, the family division registry, the new registry, and I trained them. Because litigation in succession, I believe it is still the same. Most of it is on statutory forms. There's a form for this, a form for applying for this, a form for applying for that. So I trained the students. A lot of people came, they couldn't afford lawyers. So I trained the students which forms to give and to show the parties what to fill. And at that time, most of the parties, they were not having lawyers. So the only thing that happened that I completely didn't know about, and I also went to the government printers at that time. That is how committed I was, and I told them to produce forms, and when we brought them to the registry, I reduced the cost. What I never anticipated was that the lawyers were not happy. So what they did one day is, I think 2 or 3 firms, they went to the registry and purchased all the forms. But anyway, things like that do happen. Because I made the cost very cheap, and it never occurred to me that 1 or 2 people could come and, they bought all the forms. But anyway, we moved on. We found other ways of moving on. So I also then remember and I didn't know that all this was really mediation, isn't it? And I also remember the time that I went to I was that time the first chair actually of the OAU, and then subsequently the AU Committee on the Rights of the Child. And I was sent to the northern part of Uganda. In fact, I stayed in Kitgum. I stayed in Kitgum for almost 10 days, and the war was bad there at that time. And what was so interesting was the night commuting by children. The children would leave schools at about 2 or 3, and Kitgum was a center it was safe. And then the whole night, the children would not even go into those inside the buildings, because they said they would be captured. So they preferred to stay outside, even during the night. So, and one time I remember I went to one of the farthest schools, and I walked with the children back up to Kitgum. So little did I know that all these were part of mediation, wasn't it? I don't think I even knew the word mediation, but all these were parts of mediation. And that time I was taken there by UNICEF. And I remember when I went to one of the schools, that one of the children had just escaped from the LRA camp. And she was brought to this school. But one day, something happened between them as students, and she was a tall girl, and she beat up 1 or 2 of her colleagues. And when the teachers went to find out what was going, she told the teachers, I have just come from the forest. I've just come from the LRA, and there I was a brigadier, and I killed so many people. So anyway, I didn't know that all this was mediation. I came to know much later when I learned, when I showed an interest and trained as a mediator. I realized that all these efforts were efforts on mediation. And this is how you will be now as the efforts that we are going through here later on in life. You'll be saying, oh, when that old judge was talking to us, so all this, what she was saying is what we are seeing now, isn't it? So keep on. But when I retired, just before I retired, I think I had about 2 years to go at the ICC. I said, first I trained as an arbitrator. But as you know, as he knows, I don't practice arbitration. Just for one very good reason, according to me. I said to myself, after training as an arbitrator, I said, I spent 44 years of my judicial career listening to evidence in chief, cross-examination, re-examination. I said, this is not the way I'm going to continue to work. So a year after that, just a year before I completed my term at the ICC, I decided to train as a mediator at the Center for Effective Dispute Resolution in London. That's the oldest institution in Great Britain for mediators. And when I did that and I trained, and the first training of mediation is really 40 hours, isn't it? Just imagine. Because as we are already mediators. So you are just going to formalize and acquire and know that this and this is a skill, isn't it? Otherwise, it's only 40 hours. So when I did that, then I realized that's what I wanted to do upon retirement. And that's why I continued and I carried it forward. And that's eventually I did several. Please never stop training. Never stop learning. If on this floor where I am, I can still learn. Never stop learning. Please mark that's really important. Because I continued and then I said, look, I'm coming from the international judiciary. How can I only be an accredited mediator? So I continued and I became an international certified mediator, IMI. So never stop learning. Go on and on and on, okay? And that is, I sit in several mediation bodies. I don't think I can even name them. Several across, like Mediators Beyond Borders, a very powerful body. I serve in the board. Africa Asia Mediation Institute and several others, Chartered Institute, both in London and Kenya, and I serve in the Ethics Committee in the office of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators office in London. I'm in the Ethics Committee. So when I was, the last 2 years, 2022 to 2024, in fact, December 20th of 2024, when we handed over our report, when I was conducting judicial reforms in the Republic of South Sudan, mediation played a very, very important part. Quite often in our country, I hear talks of public participation. In South Sudan, for us, it was public consultation. You are consulting them, and they were consulting us. What sort of judiciary would you want? And quite often, before you realize, in fact, there's one meeting, the revitalized agreement, the formal agreement that brought the independence. It's got several revitalized power sharing. It has got several parties. So the first time that I went to that meeting with my colleague, Judge Ogola from Uganda, I recall that before the meeting started, the chair of the meeting, and at that time, I think 2022 up to 2023, was a retired Army general from Kenya, Mr. Gitwai. Before he started the meeting, he would say, before we pray, can I ask all the people who are, like we are now sitting, he would say, can I ask all the people who are armed, who have armory with them, to get out of the room and go and keep them somewhere. Judge Ogola and I were shocked when we remained only 4 people in the room. Just 4 of us remained. That's when you realize even the person who was sitting next to you and was not even a man, was a lady. In that handbag was a pistol. So that is in Juba. I don't want to explain or to tell you what we experienced in the other. South Sudan is a very big country, and in the other states, and it has 10 states, and we visited as many of them as possible. So mediation played a very big part as we were reforming the judiciary of South Sudan. Because even during a session, I remember once I was in one area, and before I realized, behind there was a big dispute going on, and before I could even say anything, 1 or 2 blows. So if mediation is key, mediation is important, and so please think about it. And this is something that you need to adapt, because it will help you in your, as you grow, as as whatever profession you are pursuing, whatever you want to do afterwards, mediation will always be handy. Now, all this leads me to this moment, to see the future of ADR thriving, to see the future of ADR thriving, competing, learning, and connecting. So to the teams that are gathered here, and the teams are here, your engagement, resilience, and poise are testament not just to your individual talent, but what Africa's future in dispute resolution holds. You've answered the call to think across borders, respect diverse perspectives, and pursue solutions that uplift rather than divide. To the organizers, mentors, the judges, you saw the role that judges play in a mediation, at least in a moot court, rather. None of this would have been possible without your dedication. Your guidance has shaped safe spaces for growth. Thank you for investing in these aspiring leaders. In this room here, we look at how many aspiring leaders. Look at how many of you are going to stand in my place. But as I told you on Monday, only if you are ready and willing to do better than what I've done. Okay? And I'm challenging you. I hope I'll be there. So as we close this year's moot, may we carry forward the spirit of this competition, the spirit of excellence, empathy, and bridge building into your careers, communities, and beyond. This is exactly the kind of leadership Africa needs. We are preparing you for leadership in Africa, aren't we? Yes. Let me conclude with hearty congratulations to all the teams. You have done justice to the spirit of ADR and to this competition. May your advocacy continue to be informed by wisdom, shaped by compassion, and motivated by justice. Thank you, and thank you again to USIU for hosting us with such grace. And maybe I'll just go back to the quotes that I gave you on Monday. And these quotes were by, who remembers? I gave 2 quotes. Who are they by? Yeah, there. See, the leaders are here. The future leaders are here. They even have the mind to remember. One of them was this. And when he said, Steve Jobs, who was addressing the students, he was addressing students, and he said, I'm convinced that about half of what separates the successful teams from the unsuccessful, and there will be successful teams here, and some will not have been successful. But according to Steve, the tech icon, what separates the two is perseverance. Students may not see results overnight. Maybe the results might not have come today, but consistency is what often sets achievers apart. Those were his words, not mine. And it is, and on success, you remember what he said? It is fine to celebrate success, but it is more important to heed lessons of failure. And today I will add his third quote, and it says, don't compare yourself with anyone in this world. I don't know why he said this. Don't compare yourself with anyone in this world. If you do, then know that you are insulting yourself. Thank you very much.
Wapi Clinton Adwa
Now we are leaving the kids and we go. No, we are tired. Oh, you look nice in our weather, lapel. Let me make it straight. There. You'll remember. It's okay, don't over-debate, okay, it's all right. Don't drop the TV for heaven's sake. Finish.
trendybeats.com.
I don't know, no. Make them they turn up. They don't see me coming. Are you ready for me? Energy like cocaine. Cream they like cream. When I do I see me enter, then I go bring you to it now, my love. Show you want to see later. I don't give no back to say no, I know. Policeman, many men in my convoy. The boy know they take his us. If he knows they go give you back up. And the money that they come like us. They go piss off this sauce. When I know I see me enter, they don't go bring you to enter. Say you want to see them down. I don't give them back to sender. Why not? When I know I see me enter, then I go bring you to enter. Because I'll kill anyone for your time. Even though I make real know you're the reason there'll be more years.
I don't think because as long as
Even though I got much more, I don't mind if they chuck my money. Chuck my money. Chuck my money. Cause I don't care. Chuck my money. Chuck my money. Chuck my money. Cause I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Cause I get to plenty. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Girls, they love me.
It get this fine lady, her body not die him one baby. We're supposed to live like family. Yeah, I know the lie. There's nothing stopping me. She dey feel my swag and I get money. I dey try my best to be somebody, cause I'm living life. This girl they make me higher. I dey feel this baby. You no go believe this girl not die. If you see this baby, then I'm saying she must chop my money, chop my money, chop my money, cause I don't care. Chop my money, chop my money, chop my money, cause I don't care. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, cause I get them plenty. I don't care, I don't care, I don't.
First to say thank you for those remarks, Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH. This moot court competition was named in your honor for a reason, because you have an amazing legacy, and we are honored as women in ADR to have you as our patron. So thank you very much. Without further ado, we are going to commence the award ceremony. Mediation is a win-win process. Is that true? So for us, we have to make sure everyone feels like a winner, even though we know that there'll be some special recognitions at some point. So we will start by recognizing the universities that participated. I believe that every university has a chair of the team or a chaperone that came with them, so kindly come forward. Let's start by recognizing University of Nairobi.
Clash, BJ Clash.
Followed by United States International University, Africa. Thank you for participating in our moot court competition. Yeah, USIU. Thank you very much. Kabarak University main campus. Are we in the house? African Nazarene University.
For 9 years. Upon retirement, and before I got back home, I trained as an ADR practitioner and a arbitrator.
Thank you very much. Makerere University from Uganda. Strathmore University. Uma University. Let's also have the representative from Mount Kenya University. Kenyatta University. Kenyatta University.
Ludacris going in on the verse cause I never been defeated and I won't stop now. Keep your hands up, get them in the sky for the homies that ain't making it, my folks locked down. I never went nowhere, what they saying Luda's back. Blame it on that contour, the hood call it Ludayak. And I'm on this foolish track, so I spit my foolish flow. My hands go up and down, like strippers' booties go. My verses still be serving, tight like a million virgins. Last time on a college remix, now I'm on the original version. Can't never count me out, y'all better count.
Are we still in the win-win process? Yes, everyone must go home to show that they were here. Is that right? So as USIU Africa and Women in ADR, we will be awarding each participant with a certificate of participation, a medal, and a book. So I will be calling you one by one to come forward. And we will be requesting our esteemed VIPs to help us to issue the awards. So let's start with Joy Mweke, Kalo, and please let's move quickly because we are many. Yes, Joy. Hold on. Let's have Beryl Zoraima, Commissioner Beryl Zoraima coming to help us with the first few students.
Everybody hands go up, and they stay there, and they say yeah,
yeah.
And they stay there. Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make them stay there.
Ludacris going in on the verse cause I never been defeated and I won't stop now.
Okay,
Keep your
let's
hands
go.
up, get them in the sky for the homies that ain't making it.
We'll have to move a little faster than that. Mercy Njogu.
Open Gangnam Style.
Amber Hisom.
Gangnam Style.
낮에는 따사로운 인간적인 여자 커피 한 잔에 여유를 아는 품격 있는 여자 밤이 오면 심장이 뜨거워지는 여자 그런
Amber, are you here? And if someone is not here, a teammate can always collect for them, okay? Yeah? I'm sorry if I butcher your name. Anja Venter.
Then just a few more. Katlego. Oh my goodness. Can I pronounce this name? Katlego. I cannot even pronounce the second one. Telebofo. Are you tired yet, Mariel? That's all. You're like. Levi Masinde. Levi Masinde, are you here? And lastly, Lola Waeni, before we switch. That is the brilliant Commissioner Beryl Zoraima from the Advocates Complaints Commission. Thank you very much. From the same organization, Commissioner Morioki, you know I'm coming your way, from the Advocates Complaints Commission. Please help us to award our brilliant students today. We have Atukwase Alicia. Please come forward. Followed by Nicole Wangari. Collins Gishuki, make your way to the front. Collins Gishuki. Douglas Yabenda Masai. Wendy Merari Gloria, you can come up. Wendy Merari Gloria. Olivier Bavandimwe. The hair. Olivier Bavandimwe, are you here?
Telling me what I owe you. Telling me what you wanted me to give you.
Samantha Kurash, are you in the house?
Telling me how they be fully like on me. Telling me how they be fully.
Joshua Kebati. And lastly, Nefat Nzao.
It's the kids, babe. Sibanike platinum way. I push it fine thing, keep it number. And don't you see the money shine number. It's shine number, kusa kuse. I push it pale fresh, so la gala.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'd like to call upon Dr. Melissa Muindi of the Strathmore Dispute Resolution Center. She's the director. Divine Teta Zirorera. Lola Waeni. Lisa Njoki, start making your way down as well. Melissa Njaki. Hope McKenna. Hope McKenna. Followed by Adriel Tukuza. Wamboi Miano. Wamboi. Yvonne Wanaina. Fagal Ahmed. Fagal Ahmed. Melissa Oganga. And Nefin Najim. Wow, that was a cheer. I'd like to request the beautiful Dr. Njiriri to help us give the next round of certificates, please. Sarah Gordon, please come. Sarah Gordon. Nina Hanekom. Followed closely by Samantha Chepkirui.
Baby ni chumwa dharani, minataka waumie.
Rhoda Gaki.
Baby ni kise dharani, minataka waumie. Roho salale, ulikuwa wapi kipindi nali?
Buyungo Anthony. Joseph Mungai. Dennis Onyango. Nicole Wanjiku.
It's the kids, baby.
Kaunga Carlton Wesangula.
Ni leo, acha tu niwaweke wazi, mubaki na mishangao kuswa ya mapenzi, nataka kuyaeleza. waiteni paparazzi warushe
Benjamin Kitonga. Christine Tinyari. Christine Tinyari. And lastly, for this round, Emmanuel Kipiegon. If someone is not there, it's okay. We'll give them later.
Holy rock! Yeah. Let's go. Holy rock is in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time. Yeah. And we gon' make you lose your mind. Everybody just have a good time. Holy rock is in the house tonight. Everybody just have a
Okay, I'd like to request Judge Zippy Musimi to please join us.
We just wanna see you.
Okay, we'll follow quickly one after the other. Morara, Mibzel Mora, followed by Felicity Maingi, and followed by Nakaziba Lucky Bianca. Can we have Lynn ALUOCH Ochieng? Abuya John Onyango. Followed by Randy Mugambi. After Randy, let's have Elizabeth Mwangi. And Bridget Indra. Bridget, are you here? If not, it's okay. It's okay. Someone is okay. It's okay. Okay, a few more zippy. Nurbai Mohammed. Followed by
cause this your milky for from for me and no go to me corny. And if you're milky na fight
followed by Rasmeet Kaur.
Gelato honey, oh baby tomorrow. Baby kona waka when you enter Malicha. Baby kona will you give me sugar wahala?
Cindy Akinyi. If someone is not here, you can pick for them. And Ivan Joe Kiriga. We're almost there. Thank you, Zippy. I'd like to request Irene to help us from the Law Society of Kenya, Nairobi branch. She's a council member and the treasurer as well. I hear you had something to say.
Good evening, or rather, sorry, afternoon. How are you? I had a speech. I was coming here to represent my chairman, Eric Kivuva, in the LSK Nairobi branch, and also a practicing advocate. I practice in my name, Kiwola Advocates. Since of time, I will hand over my chairman's speech, which I hope will be shared later. But just, it was very encouraging to see the moot of mediation. I think this is a new turn for us. In my time, it was just moot courts, which was courtroom battles. So I'm happy that we are moving our mindsets, as one of the things that the chairman wanted to pass over is that ADR and mediation is no longer a mechanism, but it's also a mindset that we need to have. And it's important that this is being anchored from the stage where we start law, and that is in the university. So as a parting shot, I'll just say that we are no longer moving, we are moving now as a legal profession from an adversarial point of view to being architects and stewards of reconciliation. We are no longer going to be gladiators of courtroom. I know that those who would want to be that, but we are moving globally and changing. And very soon, then we are hoping that, as Justice Anne said, let's live a dream. And the dream, I think, that is unified among ourselves is to have a peaceful, just society. And one of the things that will anchor and be the backbone of that is mediation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irene. We will continue with the award ceremony. Felicitas Ogutu. Followed by Bill Leah. And followed closely by Silas Ora.
Sweeping ladies off their feet. Bongo Kongo na lingio. Naingiza shilingi siringi. Oh, oh, yeah, wanataka more. Nashika mic na wakaba.
Let's also have Oluteyo Okari.
International locomotion.
Sego Balisela.
How'd you?
Junior Kipkemoi Rono. Coming closely after that, Junior Kipkemoi Rono.
Maskosho inginga, sego balisela, maskupulimizwa, sugumisu mzimba. Koma sava, nana, aye sava, nana.
Teddy Kiania. Teddy Kiania. Melvin Maina. Melvin Maina, are you in the house? Whitney Akinyi Adhiambo.
What's the price to love you?
Esther Mwangangi. Esther Mwangangi, make your way down.
Lipstick on my color could be my dirty secret if we keep it undercover. Como Saba, it's nice to meet you. You couldn't wait, so you
Ruyondo Matthew. Ruyondo Matthew.
What made you walk my way? Was it my style? I got it all. So I see nobody else in the place till you heard me say, Como Saba, como Saba. Como Saba, como Saba.
That's it. Thank you so much, Irene. The last few students, we're almost done. Could we please have Samuel Deritu coming to join us? From the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Kenya branch, a brilliant arbitrator mediator. Thank you for coming here today and serving as a finalist judge. We are honored. Let's have Maisi Mweni coming up. Maisi Mweni, followed closely by Joshua Uwinalis. Joshua Uwinalis. Stella Adhiambo. Bernard Orembo. Doreen Jesli Keza. Doreen Jesli Keza. Clinton Ojenge, please come down. And Edopu Jamaima Ramona. I'm not releasing you yet. So I just want to make a quick comment because sometimes there's human error. In case your certificate has any issue, we still have very strong printing capabilities and we will make sure you get your correct certificate with your correct name. Please feel free to see the Moot Secretariat, myself. We're in a group together. Please feel free to raise it and you'll get the correct one. We don't want to see the wrong name on social media when you post it. Yeah. This Moot would not have been possible without the following few people who we are giving certificates to. These are the volunteers. We are so grateful for the volunteers. I know they kept me sane this week. We shall give them certificates and books. So the following people, please step forward. Mahugi Purity Jadota.
Musoma Iringa. Tuturoba. Willie Carlos.
Francisco Emidiu. John Maina. John Maina.
Jean-François Ndengue.
Michelle Wanjiru. Michelle Wanjiru.
Vincent Gomez.
Abdiaziz Ahmed Moalim. And lastly, so that I can let Samuel sit down, Lila Kamweru. Lila Kamweru. Thank you, Samuel. Thank you so much. We'll still award a few more volunteers and then we'll go now to the trophies, the shiny stuff. Okay. And I'll request, now who will help us? Brenda ALUOCH, daughter to Justice ALUOCH. Volunteers, you're very lucky to get our certificate straight from the judge's daughter. Rafael Kamau, please come forward. Followed by Jabir Abdirahman Musa. Let's also have Nada Ben Shaban. Oh, wow. Well done. Thank you. Najma Ali Malim. Peter Gidhuku Irungu. Chebet Munai. Abdullahi Ahmed Moalim. Annette Kubai. Followed by Abab Abdihamid Ibrahim. Nabila Ben Shaban. Maria Di Costa. And lastly, but definitely not least, Randy Harry. Thank you very much, friend. You know it's serious when now we're opening the server. So give me a minute.
Mwagirie mtima wauni wangu mjisogeze shogoloza unga mwanangu upendeze ukitongoza funga munda mtoto kamkoleze shetani amepita leo ndani nitunge niliokwenda wika DJ acha sifa hizo mambo ni jonjo utachana speaker. Salome, nimempenda huyo shoga yako Salome. Oh, Salome.
Make we know the fight. I don't want to sleep alone. Wanna hold you tight, but I fool my eye. But I'll be alright. Forever.
Could I? Okay, it's time to start awarding the various oral advocacy awards, written advocacy awards, team awards, and there are some special awards which are like the Judges' Choice Awards. I will request Senator Ambrose to please come and help us to give the first awards.
You got me falling truly. I just touched down. When I see you now, serving on the phone, calling you tonight. I wanna make you sure, make me know the fight.
One thing that
I don't want to sleep alone.
Okay. One thing that was clear is that all the awards are from so many different universities. We cannot say one university scooped everything. All right. So let's start with written advocacy awards. Volunteers, are we ready? The written. Let's start with the mediation plan. Overall mediation plan. The best overall. Oh no. Just give me a minute. 1 minute. I had arranged them. We can start with this one. We can start with Sorry, Senator, for that delay. We are just starting. Let's start with the written advocacy awards. These awards have been given for the best overall mediation plan, the first runners-up and the second runners-up. And this award highlights the team with the strongest overall written advocacy. Remember, this is all joint feedback from the judges. So let's start with the second runners-up for the mediation plan. Second runners-up is Kabarak University main campus. Second runners-up. Could we have a representative from Kabarak University main campus? The first runners-up for the strongest mediation plan, Makerere University. Overall mediation plan goes to University of Nairobi.
And remember also, I'm a student at University of Nairobi, so I'm part of this. Congratulations.
Senator, for helping us to give those awards. I will request Judge Peter Mushoki Njoroge to please come up and help us to award the Oral Advocacy Awards. This award recognizes oral advocacy skills, recognizing the overall ability to present arguments effectively. The best female oralist is Hope McKenna. Hope is from the Mount Kenya University. The best male oralist is from African Nazarene University, Benjamin Okari. Judge, before you go, I've been informed there's one person I did not call earlier, so you're going to give him the certificate. Daniel Kipchumba. Could you please come up? And a medal. Thank you, Judge. The next awards, these are some special awards that as USIU Africa and Women in the DR we thought should be part of this moot before we go to the others. So we have the Best Researchers Award. These are people, the award recognizes excellence in research skills, especially because this moot recognized a complex legal issue, resolving a conflict under the AFCFTA framework. It was not easy to research, right? So the team that gets this award, no, first let me get the person to help me give this award. Gosh, there are so many dignitaries. I'm like, who do I call? Could we please have Judge Zippy Musimi come to help me give this special award? Zippy? Okay, as I say, this is the Best Researchers Award. It recognizes excellence in research skills, and the award goes to USIU Africa. The other one is called the Judges' Choice Award. This team impressed the judges in terms of presentation, etiquette. The judges said it was not a contest. University of Rwanda. Okay, the last one is the Spirit of the Moot Award. This university embodied the spirit of the Moot by getting what the theme was about, how they presented themselves. The judges were beyond impressed. Kenyatta University. Okay, 2 more categories to go. Ken. You're hiding with the students. I've not seen you. You'll help me to award the best mediators. We shall start with the second runners-up. The best mediator goes to University of Nairobi. Second runners-up. The first runners-up is University of Nairobi, Mombasa campus. Request Victor Baba to come and help me present the award to the best overall mediator. This award is for the best overall mediator who demonstrated amazing mediation skills, oratory skills, and overall good advocacy. Strathmore University. Congratulations. Last and not least, Best Team Awards. Gosh, I can't even hear you breathing. I'd request Edwin Apacha to please help us to award the first and second runners-up. Please come. Actually, just the second runners-up, sorry. The second runners-up for overall best team. Now, this team was brilliant. You may not have seen them in the finalists, but they could have easily have been finalists. Mount Kenya University.
देखा चिकनी चमेली देखी चिकना कमीना देखा चांदनी ची डर होके चीट किया तो सारे तारे बोले गिली गिली अक्खा मेरी बात तेरी बात ज्यादा बातें बुरी बात थाली में कटोरा लेकर आलू भात मूड़ी भात मेरे भी जो किसी ने रिपीट किया.
Okay, we've gone a long afternoon, but this is the moment we've been waiting for. There's no one else to give this award but Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH. Kindly come forward and help us to crown the first runners-up and the winners of this moot court competition. Do you start with the first runners-up or the overall? We always start with the first runners-up. Okay, the energy in this room. The first runners-up of the Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH International Inter-Varsity Adr Moot competition is USIU Africa. And therefore that means the winners of this year's Moot Court competition is Stellenbosch University. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Everybody hands go up. And they say yeah. And they say yeah. And they say yeah. Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air. Make them say that. DJ Khaled. Hey. Yeah. All I do is win, win, win. No matter what. Got money on my mind. I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up.
I will allow the team to say a few remarks.
Thank you very much, Flo. Just to everyone here, I would like to tell you a little story about what we did last night. We were having a debrief, and instead of planning on what we were going to be doing today, we actually just sat and chatted about how kind and welcoming everyone here has been. So, competition aside, we would just like to say thank you so much to everyone for being so kind to us. We said we're going to take it home to South Africa with us. We appreciate all of your hospitality, to the volunteers, the kitchen staff who made our amazing meals, to the organizers. We are so grateful for this opportunity. Thank you so much for having us.
When you drop it down low on the floor, yeah, that's what you prefer. Put your money where your mouth one day, yeah, that's what me prefer.
I believe that no one is going home empty-handed. Is that true? Yes. So congratulations to Stellenbosch University, of course to USIU Africa as well for being first runners-up, and MKU for being second runners-up. But I believe we are all winners. We all have medals. We all have certificates. We all have something to read when we get home. That's a brilliant book by Paul Ngotho. We also have a few more books that are specific to some of the winners. We'll be distributing them. You've already given them? Okay, good. On arbitration, just to read a bit more. But we hope that even where maybe we had any lapse or any gap, we hope to improve this competition. We hope that this competition will be the next VSMOOT. We are very ambitious. We are going to tighten everything that needs to be tightened, but we were really, really grateful that you came from your different universities, whether in Kenya or abroad. We are grateful to every single one of you for participating in this year's Moot Court competition. I want to pass the regards of the chairperson of Women in ADR, Eunice Lumalas, who was unwell, but she watched live the final, so it's good that we've been streaming everything. She's been watching, and we want to thank also our hosts and our partners, USIU Africa, who've been so generous to us, giving us amazing grounds, an amazing atmosphere. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we now declare this Moot Court competition officially closed. Thank you.
birimaru Pusha smokolo Kaita patokolo Wairata voroso Bari birimaru Atleti mahotolo Kebo khobe baskoko Manrata ki etzaso Bari birimaru Pusha smokolo Kaita patokolo Wairata voroso Bari birimaru Atleti mahotolo Kebo khobe baskoko Manrata ki etzaso Bari birimaru Nagarubad Kushuka felum de birimaru Ay birimaru Are birimaru Ay agarubad Kushuka felum de birimaru Ay birimaru Are birimaru agarubad Kushuka felum de birimaru Ay birimaru Are birimaru Ay agarubad Kushuka felum de birimaru Ay birimaru Are birimaru agarubad Ola, li ola, adala, ater birimaru, birimaru. Hey giri ola, li ola, adala, ater birimaru, birimaru. Hey giri ola, li ola, adala, ater birimaru, birimaru. Hey giri ola, li ola, adala, ater birimaru. Renang kamu jara bishika ufila kama hita Mandela rapakeja Unilever Corporate Emalema Osaka garo shakata limwe Osaka garo gesteng seman Chibiteri nyaga sama lesket Skote sela sadi rapten seman Cash content Shanda pa Ara maradona gita Cash content Shanda pa Are Maradona gista.
Ay man.
Bona jo. Esa levia.
Bathi ni bon. Ngeke bon. Bathi babeka amapia phezulu bon. Ay. Osambe wena. Ay wena man. Bathi phala mapi yesaiti. Babeka phezulu emafi. Jima makonye kepali. Sesifaki le line. Bathi phala mapi yesaiti. Babeka phezulu emafi. Jima makonye kepali. Sesifaki le line. Bathi bayike ilizoni. Bayibili jima ngompini. Basayibeliwe nezoni.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this year's Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH InterVarsity Moot Court competition. I look forward to us all enjoying ourselves today and the days to come.
Jambo, karibuni Kenya. Welcome to the third edition of the annual Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH International InterVarsity Adr Moot Court. Karibuni. Welcome to this year's Moot Court competition.
My name is Lady Justice Joyce ALUOCH, a retired judge. After serving in the Kenya judiciary for 35 years, up to the Court of Appeal, which was at the time the highest court. Thereafter, I was nominated by the Kenya government to run for elections of the International Criminal Court, which I won because I was elected in January of 2009, and I served at the International Criminal Court for 9 years. Upon retirement, and before I got back home, I trained as an ADR practitioner, an arbitrator and a mediator, and that's what I do these days. In the last 2 years, I have been working in South Sudan, reforming the judiciary of South Sudan. I had a team. I had a colleague from Uganda and I had a team from South Sudan. And that was judicial reforms under the revitalized, that's power sharing agreement that brought the independence in South Sudan. One of the things that we recommended very strongly was within the judiciary of South Sudan is court annexed mediation, which they don't have. And there are several countries that have, in Africa, several countries now have court annexed mediation, and we recommended it for South Sudan. I'm the patron of Women in Alternative Dispute Resolution. In their own wisdom, they decided to give me that position, and that is why the Moot Court is named after me. Now, in Africa, we are at crossroads when it comes to dispute resolution. We tend to run to court without realizing that there are other mechanisms like negotiation, mediation, arbitration, conciliation, name it. We are excited that in this Moot Court competition, we have students from other parts of Africa. And this is the whole area of trying to train young people in Africa to learn how to resolve disputes amicably. Cannot wait to see the energy, the ideas, the enthusiasm of the students that we have who will be taking part in this InterVarsity Moot Court competition.
My name is Eunice Lumalas. I'm an advocate and an enthusiast of alternative methods of settling disputes. I'm currently the chair of Women in Alternative Dispute Resolution, otherwise known as ADR. This year, Women in Alternative Dispute Resolution is collaborating with the United States International University, USIU Africa, to bring to you the 3rd edition of the annual Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH International InterVarsity Alternative Dispute Resolution Moot Competition. We are very pleased that this year we have an interest from universities across Africa. So we have universities from Rwanda, from South Africa, from Central and West Africa joining us. And we are so pleased and looking forward to an emergence of new ideas on how to resolve conflict, something that is much needed in Africa. I'll tell you briefly why we decided to name this Moot Court after our patron, Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH. Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH is one of those people who appears once in a lifetime. You know, when you get to know her, and we are privileged as women in ADR to be mentored by her, we would tell you that her legacy is not just in what is written about her, because we've had, she has worked in Kenyan judiciary, she has worked internationally, and she's renowned as a jurist here and abroad. And she has been trailblazing in transforming judiciaries, not just in Kenya, but also out there. What I can say is that the lasting legacy of our patron, Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH, as far as women in ADR is concerned, is the fact that she is touching each one of us individually in the manner in which she drives all of us to break barriers, to move forward and achieve our objectives. Women in ADR's foundation is premised on the fact that there were obvious discrepancies in women's full participation in dispute resolution, and we see it in armed conflict scenarios, in mediation across Africa, and we are working day by day, building brick by brick under her leadership to ensure that women actively participate in all aspects of alternative dispute resolution. And we really, really are grateful that she, through this platform, she's enabling the younger generation, university students, and those who are coming after them through this platform to have the requisite skills to resolve disputes effectively. We look forward to a great and engaging session with the students around. We thank you for coming. We want to be, all of you to be part of this family so that going forward we make it bigger and more meaningful. We hope even in due course we can be having it in each capital of Africa so that we ensure that everyone is participating in this moot. And mark these words, this is going to be the moot court to watch out for in Africa as far as ADR is concerned. There will be no moot court on any table without that of Lady Justice JOYCE ALUOCH being mentioned. It is going to be a house. My name is Florence Shako, and I am the Vice Chairperson of Women in Alternative Dispute Resolution. I want to talk a little bit about our moot court competition and this year's theme on bridging borders using alternative dispute resolution as a means of resolving trade and regional disputes, especially under the African Continental Free Trade Area. It is important to encourage African countries to trade with one another. The competition not only helps to develop the students' alternative dispute resolution skills, but also supports the continent's integration goals and supports the growing alternative dispute resolution landscape. We hope that this competition will encourage the use of ADR not only in Kenya, but across the continent.